Chapter 395. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. High Up in the Sky. Energy ripples were everywhere. Everyone's eyes were trembling. The space was about to be overturned. The battle between the general and Chi Yeshi was too violent and shocking. Perhaps the crowd had a preconceived notion of General Buddy and Shanha, so they weren't too surprised. After all, General Buddy and Shanha had always been ranked first on the martial ranking. With such strength, the crowd felt that it was only natural for him to be so powerful. However, at this moment, Chi Yeshi was actually able to erupt with such terrifying strength. The crowd could not help but be shocked. What kind of terrifying and violent energy was contained within that seemingly delicate body? High up in the sky, the gorgeous and violent energy gradually disappeared. In the chaotic space that was difficult to pry into, a stalwart figure and a delicate figure gradually appeared. Could it be a draw again? All the spectating students stared intently at the two in the air. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. Puffed! Just as the crowd was guessing, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from the general's mouth. His pale face turned ashen. General Buddy and Shanha raised his eyes slightly and looked at Chi Yeshi, who was not far away. After a moment of shock, his eyes were filled with helplessness. The corners of his mouth that were dripping with blood formed a bitter smile. He said, "I've lost. You've won. Hee, you're already very strong. However, I'm interested in the weapon refined by Vice Headmaster Zhuge. Otherwise, I wouldn't have competed with you for the championship. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll let you beat me." Chi Yeshi smiled slightly. Her eyes that were as bright as the starry sky bloomed with a bright light. Hearing this, the general smiled even more bitterly. For the past 3 years, he had always been number 1 on the martial ranking. No one had ever been able to compete with him. Even Gu Xinyan had failed several times. However, now, a girl who had always been silent on the martial ranking had come out and defeated him directly. She even told him that she had no intention of competing for the championship and that she could let him win next time. The general could only feel depressed. So he had always been number 1 on the martial ranking because Chi Yeshi had no intention of competing with him. Otherwise, he would never have been number 1 on the martial ranking. If it was an ordinary person, they probably wouldn't be able to maintain their rationality under such a psychological shock. However, at this moment, the general only felt a little depressed and dejected. Just this kind of mental endurance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. And this mental endurance was what a cultivator needed the most, and was also the hardest to train. Heavens, the general actually lost. Chi Yeshi won. Unbelievable. Around the square, all the students finally regained their senses after a long while. No one had expected that the general, who had always been ranked first on the martial ranking, would actually be defeated by Chi Yeshi. Chi Yeshi was actually this powerful. It was only at this moment that the crowd realized that Chi Yeshi, who had always been silent, had always possessed the strength to fight for first place on the martial ranking. It was just that she had no intention of fighting for it. Chi Yeshi. After a short moment of silence, the entire place was filled with thunderous shouts. Chi Yeshi supporters were all raising their arms and cheering loudly. At this moment, all the elders in the elders' seats were looking at each other in dismay. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded. This result had exceeded the expectations of all the elders. "I can't see through this girl. I can't see through her." In the middle of the elder seats, the first elder's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This girl's background is definitely not simple. The second elder and the third elder were also looking at each other with shock in their eyes. The aura on her body is very strange. In the crowd, Du Xiaoqing's innocent eyes were also filled with confusion. Du Xiaoyao's faint, golden spirit eyes looked at Chi Yeshi from afar and said doubtfully, "What a strange aura! That girl is definitely not simple. The general has actually lost." At the edge of the square, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes were also filled with shock. He had not expected Chi Yeshi to be so powerful. "Huff! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. If he had been in the general's position, he would not have been able to withstand the full force of the general's palm strike. However, not only had she managed to withstand it, she had done so with ease. There was no doubt that she had not used her full strength yet. It seems that junior sister Shi is the real dark horse. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with light. Her face was filled with shock. The battle between the general and she had ended with the general's defeat. The general's figure landed in the air, and he walked past Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "It seems that we won't have a chance to fight. There will be a chance next time." Du Xiaofu said softly, "If you can win this round, you have to be careful. She is too strong." The general patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and then looked at Gu Xinyan, who was beside Du Xiaofu. He said casually, "You have to be careful of Gu Xinyan too. Her talisman formation is terrifying, and her spirit vein is not simple either. Are you hoping that I will lose?" Gu Xinyan was naturally able to hear the general's words. Her beautiful eyes immediately glared at the general. The general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Gu Xinyan with a smile. He said, "I didn't mean that. It's just that if you lose, I will feel better. I will do as you wish." Du Xiaofu said to the general, "Defeat her, and I will treat you to a drink later." The general smiled. He then turned around and left the square. "Senior Sister Xinyan, it's your turn." She's beautiful figure walked over. She glanced at Du Xiaofu again. "The first two battles, Gu Xinyan and Du Xiaofu, come on." In front of the elder's seats, he whose eyes were still filled with shock. He could not accept the general's defeat. "It's our turn." Gu Xinyan's voice fell. Profound qi flowed under her feet. Her beautiful figure was like duckweed floating in the air. She gently landed on an upturned bluestone floor in the middle of the square. She was 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was as white as snow, and her face was beautiful. Her aura suddenly surged, causing her red dress to shine brightly. She looked beautiful and untainted by the mortal world. People could not look straight at her. Junior Sister Xinyan will win. As Gu Xinyan's beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the square, many shouts came from all around. With Gu Xinyan's position in the academy and her beautiful appearance, she always had suitors that left other girls in the dust. At this moment, those suitors were naturally Gu Xinyan's most fervent and firm supporters. Hearing the shouts from all around, Du Xiaofu's eyes moved slightly. He smiled indifferently. Profound qi flowed under his feet. He lightly stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. His body flew straight into the air and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! When Du Xiaofu's feet landed on the ground trembled violently. Starting from his feet, cracks started to form on the ground. A shock wave rippled out, causing the space to tremble and become chaotic. The shock wave caused Gu Xinyan's red dress to flutter. Her hair fluttered behind her back, adding to her charm. Du Xiaofu's appearance wasn't as beautiful or graceful as Gu Xinyan's. It was simple and straightforward, but it was filled with dominance and wildness. This kind of method was the most impactful to the audience. Everyone in the square, including the elders' seats, had their gazes on Du Xiaofu. However, their gazes were filled with different emotions. No one in Tianwu Academy was unfamiliar with Du Xiaofu. This was a ferocious youth. Ever since he entered Tianwu Academy, he had shaken the entire academy by challenging the top 10 freshmen, following which he killed 2 of the 5 seniors and severely injured 3 of them. He refused to arrest the enforcers, stole the points of the enforcers, ate the green bamboo spirit fruit, and destroyed the herb farm. After which, he trampled on the genius of the Divine Radiance Court. Guyu snatched the profound spirit heavenly vine in the Dark City's Forest of Darkness, captured Ghastly Claw single-handedly, set a new record in the Tianwu Talisman region, and became the first person in the history of the War Realm to be expelled from the War Realm, severely injuring Qin Guyu, That ferocious youth had never stopped. Every single one of his actions had left everyone dumbfounded. Every time someone mentioned such a youth in Tianwu Academy, they would be shocked. Perhaps there might be some who were disdainful and mocking him in the past. However, at this very moment, when the purple-robed youth stood in the center of the square, who would dare to mock him? Throughout the entire academy, there wasn't a single person who was qualified to stand in the square. Senior Du will win. Senior Du will always support you. Du Xiaofu chased after Du Xiaofu fervently. He was a student who walked out of the right-in students, and he had created numerous records. He was the benchmark for all of the right-in students and freshmen. If third uncle were to see this, he would probably be overjoyed. Amidst the crowd, Du Xiaoman's eyes were brimming with joy. However, at this very moment, tears were welling up in her eyes. This lad isn't simple at all. On the elder seating area, many of the elders were moved by the sight. This was especially so for Elder Murongxi and Elder Liao. A smile flashed across each of their faces. Big brother is so dashing. Du Xiaoqing gazed at her big brother with a smile on her face. In her eyes, no one was comparable to her big brother. Du Xiaoyao didn't say anything. Her pale, golden eyes glanced at Du Xiaoqing before her gaze landed on the square. Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes stared at the purple-robed figure in front of her. Her gaze paused on his resolute face. After coming into contact with this ferocious youth in the Dark City, she was touched by many aspects of him. After returning from the Dark City, that resolute face of his had lost much of its youthfulness. However, he was still as ferocious as before. Let the finals begin. Elder, he who shouted at the wrong time. The shock he had felt from the battle between the general and Qi, she had completely disappeared from his eyes. At this moment, he was only paying close attention to the two people in the middle of the square. Chapter 396. Wang. The melodious sound of the bell followed Elder, he whose words. Echoing throughout the square, in that instant, all the shouts died down, and all eyes were fixed on the square. One was a fierce youth whose name had shaken the academy. The other was a veteran expert who had always been second on the martial roll. What would the outcome of this battle be? On the upside-down bluestone square, Gu Xinyan's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her limpid eyes were incomparably pure, her long eyelashes blinking. Her nose was straight, and her red lips were moist. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Let's begin. Only the victor has the right to fight for the championship." As her voice fell, her simple and calm words slowly drifted through the square. However, it was these simple and calm words that caused the atmosphere of the square to become tense. She rarely takes her opponent so seriously. It looks like she'll go all out from the start. Below the square, the general looked at Gu Xinyan, his gaze flickering. "Girls first. You attack first, I'll catch." Du Xiaofu looked at Gu Xinyan. His words were also calm. But other than that, there was also a hint of dominance that could not be ignored. This dominance came from the blood, from the marrow of the bones, and could not be concealed. Gu Xinyan looked at Du Xiaofu, her beautiful eyes lifting slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, and her snow-white teeth glowed like pearls. She said, "I'm the senior and you're the junior. Why don't we attack together?" As her voice fell, Gu Xinyan's slender hands moved slightly. Within her long sleeves, a flowing sleeve appeared. Runes flashed, and her delicate body under her red dress was like a jade willow. The flowing sleeve around her fluttered gently. Everything looked soft and delicate, and her temperament was otherworldly. She was like a pure white celestial flower on a misty celestial mountain, moving one's heart and seducing one's soul. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He could feel the aura on that flowing sleeve. It was actually a practitioner weapon. A stream of light rippled in his palm, and a kitchen knife suddenly appeared in his hand. A wave of aura rippled, and his purple robe fluttered. A faint golden aura wrapped around his body, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. "Chi!" At the same time, Gu Xinyan's delicate body touched the ground, and the bluestone floor under her feet turned into fine powder with a crack. A wave of Xian qi spread out from her beautiful body, covered in red clothes. Under the attentive gazes of the crowd, two figures flashed out like lightning at the same time, causing the tense atmosphere in the square to explode. Chi-la-la! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the two figures collided. Flowing clouds swept through the air, and runes fluctuated in the air. Beneath the brilliance was a suppressive energy that could destroy all. In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure was domineering. The kitchen knife in his hand slashed wildly, and the knife light flashed. He wanted to suppress everything, including the fluttering sleeves. However, for a moment, the saber light in the sky was unable to suppress the flowing cloud-flying sleeves that filled the sky. Instead, it showed signs of being suppressed by the flowing cloud-flying sleeves. Lu Yan's sleeve tried to suppress the domineering saber light, but it was difficult to do so. They fought in the air, one firm and one soft. Every movement was filled with runes, and the aura suppressed the sky. It was beautiful and violent, gorgeous and shocking. It was a great visual impact. Gu Xinyan is extraordinary. It is very difficult to use the flying sleeves, and the martial arts that go with it are also very rare. It is not easy to cultivate the flowing cloud-flying sleeves to such a level. In the elder's seats, the third elder praised. Du Xiaofu is even more remarkable. With his cultivation at the pulse spirit stage, he was able to contend against Gu Xinyan, who is at the martial marquee realm. The kitchen knife, totem in his hand, may seem clumsy, but it seems to be very skillful. His attacks are messy, but every movement of his seems to contain some kind of profound martial skill, making it hard for others to see through. The second elder was surprised by Du Xiaofu. The chaotic knife technique seemed messy, but it was definitely not simple. The kitchen knife-like spiritual weapon was also extraordinary, and it seemed to be clumsy. Flowing cloud sky dance. With a delicate shout, Gu Xinyan's sleeves fluttered. Countless runes gushed out, like a light cocoon, suppressing the sky and enveloping Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, with the purple gold heavenly tower on his back, stepped in the air. He did not retreat, but directly slashed out. The space suddenly fluctuated, and the green and red runes filled the sky. Suddenly, a huge shadow of the scarlet cloud dragon swept out. Ayo, ayo! The scarlet cloud dragon roared and light overflowed. It stirred up the surrounding air waves like waves, and directly collided with the flowing cloud flying sleeves. Rumble! A muffled thunder-like sound suddenly resounded. A terrifying force swept out, surging and terrifying. Under the pressure of such a terrifying energy, the air around the square was crushed into a vacuum, and the surrounding space trembled violently. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the runes shot into the sky, and everything was annihilated. Jade, spirit palm, Gu Xinyan's beautiful figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. From her delicate hand, a palm print fiercely shot out, crushing the sky. Gu Xinyan was ranked second on the martial ranking. This was not only because of her beauty and temperament, but also because of her true strength. In this world where strength was respected, beauty could play a certain role, but the most important thing was always true strength. Mad Demon Sky Wolf Palm. Du Xiaofu made his move, urging the Mad Demon Sky Wolf's runes. A Mad Demon Sky Wolf's shadow roared out. Spirit Inscription Palm. Roaring Sky Demon Tiger Fist. Spirit Gold Seal. Shaking Sky Wings. In the air, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding as they withdrew their external forces and fought with their own strength. The attacks of the two collided in succession. Every time they collided, a string of divine light would burst forth. The runes were dazzling like fireworks, causing the air to be dazzling and gorgeous. The two of them are so strong. I didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have comprehended so much beast energy. This kind of comprehension is abnormal. Gu Xinyan is not weak either. She has cultivated the marquis grade martial skills to an extremely thorough level. In the elders' seating area, all the elders were amazed. In the air, Du Xiaofu was shocked. Gu Xinyan was indeed terrifying. Compared to the time when she came back from Darkness City, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds. His attack was actually blocked by her. It would not be easy to deal with Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan was also shocked. Du Xiaofu's strength was harder to deal with than she had imagined. This fierce young man was like a ferocious beast, violent and overbearing. His attacks were simple and direct. Boom! Her delicate hand was like jade. Gu Xinyan's seemingly delicate palm print directly collided with Du Xiaofu's fist, and a dazzling rune light burst out. The terrifying power swept out, making all the people in the square gasp. The whistling air wave was like a giant wave that swept out. The two figures flew away, and Gu Xinyan did not continue to attack. However, Du Xiaofu did not stop. His purple robe fluttered, and his figure swept across the sky, once again pouncing towards Gu Xinyan. Gu Xinyan no longer resisted directly. Her delicate body under her red robe was like a willow, rapidly retreating. Her body was light and tender, and her long black hair was like ink, reflecting her reflection. It naturally draped over her waist. At this moment, a strange energy wave was flying behind her head, making her look like a beautiful fairy that had walked out of a painting. Can't hold it in anymore. Seeing that Gu Xinyan was no longer resisting, Du Xiaofu felt the strange energy rippling from Gu Xinyan's body. He stepped into the air and did not chase after her. Instead, there was a strange smile in his eyes. Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, Gu Xinyan's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt, but she did not stop. Waves of energy of the world suddenly fluctuated rapidly from the surrounding air. It seemed that she had been secretly prepared for this. Suddenly, 17 matrix flags condensed above her delicate hands. You have seen this spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation before. Now try it yourself. In a short time, Gu Xinyan's delicate body stepped out. Her red robe was graceful, and the 17 formation flags in her hands were all spreading out shocking waves. However, at this moment, all the energy in Gu Xinyan's body seemed to have been poured into the 17 formation flags, making her face pale. Gu Xinyan is also going to set up a formation. She is a cultivator of both the Tao of talismans and martial arts. Every one of them is extremely terrifying. Some of the onlookers in the square exclaimed, "Spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation." Without any delay, Gu Xinyan set up a talisman array. The 17 array flags immediately shot forward, wrapping around the area with lightning-like speed and trajectory. Then, the 17 array flags turned into dazzling runic light pillars and disappeared. Rumble! In an instant, the wind in the sky whistled, and dazzling runes spread out in the sky. A powerful formation appeared in midair and directly covered Du Xiaofu. The formation was terrifying. Endless energy rune light distorted the space, and finally it faintly turned into a gigantic heavenly phoenix shadow that was hundreds of feet tall. Ku! The heavenly phoenix's illusory figure was like a living creature. Its entire body was suffused with an ancient aura. An earth-shaking roar resounded through the sky. Its might suppressed the sky, and its might caused one's heart to tremble. What a terrifying formation! Du Xiaofu can set up a 5-star beginner formation, but he might not be able to break the formation immediately. Even if he can break it, it won't be done in a short time. If he tries to break it by force, I'm afraid that the spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation set up by Gu Xinyan can't be broken by force without the cultivation of the martial lord realm. Du Xiaofu is also a talisman master. Why did he give Gu Xinyan a chance to set up a formation just now? It's a little strange. As a talisman master, Du Xiaofu shouldn't be trapped in a formation so easily. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was surrounded by the spirit-suppressing heavenly phoenix formation, everyone was shocked. They waited with bated breath. Could it be that Du Xiaofu was going to be defeated? This formation doesn't look weak. In the crowd, Du Xiaoqing blinked her big innocent eyes and said, Du Xiaofu is too shameless. He purposely let Gu Xinyan set up a formation to exhaust her qi. These ordinary formations are completely ineffective against him. Gu Xinyan has been fooled. Du Xiaoyao said bluntly. He was the only one who knew that ordinary formations and seals were completely ineffective against Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's goal was to exhaust Gu Xinyan's formation. Chapter 397. The terrifying symbol array hovered in midair. The image of the heavenly phoenix was like a living creature, causing people's hearts to tremble. Suddenly, the gazes of the elders in the surrounding square were filled with shock. Chi! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a ray of golden flowing light shot out from the lifelike image of the heavenly phoenix. Mysterious golden symbols flickered, and the space rippled. There was a strange energy that seemed to be able to distort the void, like a flash of golden lightning. It suddenly appeared in front of the pale-faced Gu Xinyan. Boom! Like thunder, the golden flowing light viciously struck Gu Xinyan's body. Like a thunderbolt, it swept down heavily. Bang! A low, muffled sound. Beyond Gu Xinyan's imagination, the golden, lightning-like figure appeared directly in front of her without any fluctuation or movement. In her panic, and in a situation where she had exhausted all her strength, Gu Xinyan had no time to defend herself. With a low, muffled sound, a mouthful of dark red blood spurted out from her mouth. Her delicate body fell in a straight line, heavily crashing into the ground of the square. Crash! As Gu Xinyan's delicate body fell heavily to the ground, the huge symbol array hovering in midair began to crack and shatter, turning into runes that filled the sky and dissipating. How could this be? What's going on? This scene happened too quickly. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they had already witnessed this shocking scene. What's going on? In the elders' seats, all the elders were shocked. Even they had not seen clearly what had happened. Gu Xinyan's defeat seemed too inexplicable. In midair, the shadow of a golden mountain peak, covered in mysterious symbols, seemed to have appeared out of thin air. A domineering aura that could suppress everything spread out. Finally, the mysterious symbols disappeared, and a purple-robed youth appeared. Du Xiaofu's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Several rounds of competition had begun in the morning. The sun had begun to set, and one exciting battle after another had unknowingly reached dusk. Did I see wrongly? At the edge of the square, she looked at Du Xiaofu and sensed the remnant aura of the golden mountain phantom. Her intelligent eyes were filled with doubt at this moment. Her slender and delicate body was shrouded in the hazy afterglow of the setting sun. Her flawless face made her look like a little sister next door, making her feel close. Puqi, Gu Xinyan's delicate body, stood up from the ground. Her red dress was fluttering, but she was already in a sorry state. At this moment, blood seeped out from the corner of Gu Xinyan's mouth, causing her tender red lips to appear exceptionally red, giving her a delicate and beautiful appearance. She was like an untainted fairy who had suddenly gained a kind of charm from the mortal world. "I've lost, you've won." Gu Xinyan looked at the purple-robed figure that was slowly descending from the sky. Her eyes were filled with surprise and doubt. It was unexpected, but it also seemed to be within her expectations. Her delicate red lips curled up in a bitter smile. "You still have the strength to fight. I took advantage of you just now." Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders. He had indeed taken advantage of her just now. After reaching the pulse spirit stage, along with his understanding of the pulse spirit, he was able to use the power of Du Xiaoyao that could ignore ordinary seals and arrays. However, it was naturally still incomparable to Du Xiaoyao. However, it was enough to deal with Gu Xinyan's array. He had taken her by surprise and severely injured her. But at this moment, Gu Xinyan should still have the power to use her pulse spirit. Even if I use my pulse spirit, I still can't do anything to you. Just wait for the battle with Junior Yi Shi. I'm also very curious as to whether you or Junior Yi Shi is stronger. Gu Xinyan smiled slightly as she faced her defeat indifferently. She knew that even if she used her pulse spirit, it would be difficult for her to win when she was exhausted and heavily injured. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Xinyan turned around and retreated. The profound qi on the soles of her feet touched the ground. She stood up a few times and lightly floated to the side of the general, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, and the others. The general looked at the defeated Gu Xinyan with a smile. He swept his gaze across the surrounding people and said in a low voice, "It seems that we have all lost." Everyone smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that in this Tianwu conference, the veteran experts on the martial ranking would be defeated one by one? In the end, only Qi Yeshi and Du Xiaofu were left. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. The great elder's old face was filled with extraordinary splendor. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that no one had seen clearly how Du Xiaofu had broken Gu Xinyan's astonishing array and won. Everything was inconceivable. Almost no one in the surrounding square knew what had happened. They also did not know how Du Xiaofu had broken Gu Xinyan's symbol array. However, after a short moment of silence, a victory was a victory. In an instant, the square erupted with astonishing cheers. "Senior Du, good job!" Senior Du. Du Xiaofu had defeated Gu Xinyan and entered the top two. This undoubtedly caused all the supporters to boil with excitement. This guy really won. In the crowd, Ouying Shuang's large and beautiful eyes slightly moved. She took a deep breath, and her tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed a little. A faint smile appeared on her peerless face. Du Xiaoman did not speak, but her charming face was filled with a smile. He won. Junior Du won again. Our weapon department has finally made a name for itself. Tu Tong laughed happily. Han Chao and Bing Na were also unable to contain their excitement. In front of the elder seats, he who only regained his senses after a while, he faced the surrounding students and slightly pressed his hands forward to stop the cheering. He then loudly said, "Du Xiaofu has won this round. In the next round, Du Xiaofu will continue to fight Qi Yeshi." Qi Yeshi's body flew forward and streaked across the sky under the sunset glow. Her slender body drew a beautiful arc before landing in front of Du Xiaofu. She gently landed without a trace of dust or ripples. The final battle for the championship begins now. As Qi Yeshi ascended the stage, Elder He, who slowly raised his hand in front of the elder seats. When his final words sounded, he blankly lowered his hand. Buzz! At this moment, the low and melodious sound of the bell rang out once again. In an instant, the blood in the square boiled. The final battle had officially begun. In the square, Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her intelligent eyes were filled with curiosity, as if she was looking at a rare object. "What are you looking at?" Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at Qi Yeshi in confusion. Du Xiaofu clearly knew how terrifying the energy contained in her slender body was. This girl was the same as Du Xiaoqing. They both looked harmless on the outside, but when they did, they would shock everyone. "I heard that you are very ferocious and like to snatch things. You can easily fight those above your level, so I have always wanted to fight with you." Qi Yeshi straightened her body forming a beautiful arc. Her voice was quite crisp. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and looked at Qi Yeshi. He said, "Are you praising me or insulting me?" "Both, but my goal today is to defeat you because I want the weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge. Although there are weapons at home, I am too lazy to go back to get them. Once I go back, I won't be able to come out. In addition, I want to refine the weapon I want to refine." Qi Yeshi smiled. Her intelligent eyes were like the starry sky, deep and clear, ethereal and dazzling. She looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "But if you are willing to surrender today, I will go back another day. If I have the chance, I will return a weapon to you." Du Xiaofu listened to Qi Yeshi's words and was slightly stunned. Then he said unceremoniously, "In your dreams." In Du Xiaofu's mind, he had taken back the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine. Moreover, he had given a part of the secret weapon manual to Vice Principal Zhuge. How could he give the weapon refined from the mysterious spirit, Heavenly Vine, to someone else? "Why are you so fierce? You are too ungentlemanly." Qi Yeshi glanced at Du Xiaofu. She raised her head and puffed out her chest. She said, "You have to think clearly. If you don't surrender, there will be serious consequences." "What consequences?" Du Xiaofu frowned. He felt a little aggrieved. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he was unknowingly being suppressed. Therefore, Du Xiaofu immediately began to be on guard. He absolutely could not be affected in any way. This was the last battle, and he could not lose to a little girl, even though he should be about the same age as this little girl. Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her slender body was actually quite slender. Her intelligent eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. She dragged her voice and said seriously, "Because I will hit you." Her clear voice had a hint of childishness, but it sounded like the sound of nature. As she finished speaking, her delicate body trembled slightly. "You want to hit me?" Du Xiaofu felt something in his heart. It seemed like he was holding his breath, but it also didn't seem like it. These words gave Du Xiaofu an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Of course, if you don't surrender and I want the weapon refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, although I want to fight with you, I can only beat you up in the end. But don't worry, I won't hit you too hard. You are already very strong. If those old guys see you, they will probably be shocked." Qi Yeshi said with a smile. Her pearly white teeth were sparkling, as if she was talking about something that already had a definite outcome. Chapter 398. Du Xiaofu's clear gaze wavered for a moment before he suddenly said to Qi Yishi, "I've decided." "What have you decided?" Qi Yishi also asked Du Xiaofu curiously. "I've decided. I'll beat you up." After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he waved his hand. His figure drifted like a deity, instantly appearing in front of Qi Yishi. His fist was wrapped in faint, golden, profound energy. He did not hold back at all as he threw out a punch. The energy on his fist seemed to want to explode the space around it. This guy is really too ungentlemanly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was the first to move in the square, Du Xiaoman's beautiful eyes twitched slightly. The corners of her lips curled into a slight smile, but the curve of her smile was rather serious and nervous. "He's never had a good time with girls." Ouyang Shuang curled her lips. Thinking back to how that guy had viciously bitten her back in Orchid Tomb City, she could not help but smile a little. "You can't beat me." As Qi Yishi's voice fell, her delicate body drifted, appearing very soft. Just as Du Xiaofu's fist was about to reach her, her body slanted strangely. The small waist outlined under her long skirt was so small that it could not be grasped with one hand, and she just happened to avoid Du Xiaofu's punch. What a fast movement technique! Du Xiaofu was secretly shocked. Qi Yishi must have cultivated some kind of movement technique. Her speed and strangeness were actually not below the wave-like, carefree steps. "My turn." As her clear voice fell, her delicate palm was like a whip. Her delicate body looked ethereal under the setting sun. In an instant, a palm print appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on the talisman rippled, faintly freezing the space around them. Even the air was about to be confined. Profound energy gushed out from the soles of Du Xiaofu's feet as he activated the wave-like, carefree steps with all his might, narrowly avoiding the palm print. What a strange movement technique. It doesn't seem like an ordinary thing. Where did you learn it from? While Qi Yeshi was puzzled, she wrapped her body with profound energy and quickly condensed a series of hand seals. A small energy storm seemed to have formed in her delicate palm. A dazzling energy rune swept out from the energy storm, as if it had passed through space, and finally shot fiercely toward Du Xiaofu. Swish, 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 swish. Yi. The rune energy spread and suppressed the mad demon skywolf. However, the runes on the mad demon skywolf's front claws flickered and tore apart the lightning bolt. In the end, it was unable to resist the corrosion of the runes on the lightning bolt and was destroyed. Swish! Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through space and chased after Du Xiaofu once again. As it streaked across space, the faint runic energy emitted a kind of pressure that was difficult to resist. If one were to come into contact with it, it was likely that a bloody hole would appear in one's body no matter how tough it was. Du Xiaofu waved his hand as he looked at the rune stream approaching again. The claw print was wrapped in faint golden talisman inscriptions. It suddenly grabbed at the lightning stream and accurately caught the unpredictable rune stream in the palm of his hand. Swish, 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 swish. I know how to comprehend beast energy too. Swish, swish, swish. Qi Yishi's hand seals changed continuously the moment the demonic eagle image shattered. Waves of profound energy spread out along with the runes around her body. The aura that filled the sky surged, seemingly intending to distort space. In the end, the aura intertwined with each other. In a short period of time, it turned into a handprint that was several feet in size under many shocked gazes. The moment the handprint appeared, the surrounding space rumbled as a mysterious aura spread out from Qi Yishi's body. Qi Yishi's dress fluttered in the wind. The multicolored light around her body was like stars revolving and fluctuating. Her beautiful figure carried a kind of transcendent holiness. She was like a goddess, noble and proud, causing the hearts of those who looked at her from afar to ripple. Brilliant star seal! Qi Yishi shouted. At this moment, she raised her wrist and a handprint suddenly fell. Mysterious runes surged out from the handprint, like the stars in the night sky releasing their light. They carried a vast aura that covered the sky and the earth, directly suppressing Du Xiaofu. As the handprint swept across the sky, the setting sun around the square dimmed. The terrifying handprint swallowed the light. It was as if the space above the square had suddenly fallen into the night sky. Its power was unparalleled, suppressing the sky. What a powerful martial technique! It's unusual. Looking at Qi Yishi's handprint, the expressions of the spectators in the square changed. General, Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others changed. With their cultivation strength, they could clearly feel how terrifying the handprint that Qi Yishi had activated was. At the elders' seats, the 3 inner academy elders narrowed their eyes. Even the aura around them seemed to be faintly fluctuating. They were ready to intervene at any time. That handprint was too powerful. Even with the eyesight of the 3 elders from the inner courtyard, they were unable to determine the origin of that handprint. However, the frightening aura contained within it was exceptionally frightening. The terrifying handprint pressed down. The violent power affected the space and swallowed the light. It was as if the starry sky had descended and almost penetrated the space. Under the astonished gazes of many who felt the huge pressure, the space was assimilated wherever it passed. Cracks appeared on the ground below, one after another. Finally, it appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. Can Du Xiaofu withstand it? Many people in the square were shocked. Many elders also sighed at this time. At this moment, a lightning-like light flashed in Du Xiaofu's clear eyes. The purple robe around his body suddenly fluttered. With his body as the center, waves of air spread out. At the same time, A loud roar that sounded like a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry came from his mouth. Ayo! At this moment, the ground in the peace square rumbled. The space trembled violently. Tyrannical surges surged, and the space became chaotic. In the blurry vision, only a few people could see that Du Xiaofu's hand seals were changing. The mysterious runes on the talisman pulsed and turned into countless handprints at lightning speed. In the end, they condensed into a single handprint. Buzz! A low hum like the sound of Sanskrit came from the handprint. It was accompanied by the mysterious runes that cut across the sky. In a flash, it violently collided with Qi Yi's handprint attack. Rumble! Such a collision did not have the great collision of energy that everyone had imagined, nor did it have the muffled sound of thunder. Even the space had suddenly become silent. In the surroundings where the two handprints had collided, there were also no terrifying energy ripples that suddenly swept out like stormy waves. There was only a huge spatial energy whirlpool in the center of the energy storm. All the energy was silently devoured by the spatial energy whirlpool. The spatial energy whirlpool seemed to be able to devour everything. It made people's scalps tingle and their hair stand on end. Everything happened extremely quickly. The spatial whirlpool devoured all the energy. In the end, it quickly dissipated under the shocked gazes of many people. Du Xiaofu's and Qi Yi's palms collided. Chi. It was a slight collision, but a terrifying holy rune and a domineering golden rune suddenly erupted. The crowd then saw the two figures fly away. Qi Yi's delicate body was blasted back, and she only managed to stabilize her body after retreating more than 100 feet. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu's body directly fell into the messy ground, causing the ground to tremble. Cracks spread out and dust flew into the air. Chapter 399. What a powerful Qi Yi! Everyone's eyes trembled in shock as they stared at the slender figure in the air. No one had expected Qi Yi's strength to have reached such a level. She was so powerful. After more than 3 years of silence, who would have thought that the goddess-like figure in the air was the true ruler? Is Du Xiaofu still lacking in terms of cultivation level after all? In the elders' seats, many of the elders were also sighing in shock. Even many of the elders would find it difficult to deal with such a powerful attack. Qi Yi is about the same age as him. That Du Xiaofu is not invincible after all. In a corner of the square, Du Qi's handsome face was filled with a cold sneer and disdain. His pair of clear eyes were so gentle that they seemed like they were about to drip water. Du Yunxin did not say anything. Her watery eyes were fixed on the square. He won't be defeated, right? At the edge of the square, Ghost Child's handsome face was filled with surprise. The general frowned as he stared intently at the dust-filled arena. Then he faintly said, "Don't you guys have too little confidence in that ferocious fellow? I have a feeling that that ferocious fellow won't be defeated so easily." In the air, Qi Yi steadied her slender body and looked at the dusty ground. Suddenly, her bright eyes rippled and a slender yet tall figure gradually walked out from within the dust cloud. Under the gazes of the crowd in the square, when the purple-robed figure appeared, the temperature of the entire square also became scorching hot. All the supporters who had been on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu just now, when they saw the purple-robed figure standing up again, a shocking uproar broke out again. He really hasn't been defeated. Seeing the purple-robed figure, shock flashed across the faces of Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, Yi Feiyu, and the others. When Du Qi saw the purple-robed figure walk out once again, the sneer and disdain on his face froze. Du Xiaofu slowly walked out. He seemed to be in a sorry state, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly to look at Qi Yi in the air, his clear eyes rippling. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he slowly untied the purple cloth on his shoulder and held the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand. What is that fellow trying to do? Is he going to use the mysterious sword on his back. All eyes were fixed on Du Xiaofu. They were puzzled by Du Xiaofu's actions. Under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu waved his hand and stabbed the purple-gold heavenly fault, which was wrapped in purple cloth, into the ground. Boom! When the purple-gold heavenly tower landed, the ground trembled and a large number of small cracks spread out. Peepa peepa! Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and twisted his body. Cracking sounds could be heard from his joints. Without the restraint of the purple-gold heavenly fault, Du Xiaofu felt that his body was as light as a swallow, and his entire body was filled with an indescribable sense of pleasure. It's much easier now. Let's continue. After muttering to himself, Du Xiaofu soared into the air, wrapped in a faint, golden, profound qi, and his eyes gradually surged with a golden light. As he stepped into the air, the surrounding space faintly distorted. Why did his aura suddenly become so strong? Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was no longer bound by the broadsword on his back, the surroundings were silent. Although all the students and elders did not know what had happened, everyone could feel that the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was not just a little bit stronger. That broadsword, could it be that it weighs millions of kilograms? That little fellow has been carrying it on his back all this time? On the elders' seats, the great elder's aged face rippled, as if he had seen through some clues. If that broadsword weighed millions of kilograms and was always carried on his back, how terrifying would that be? It does seem a little special. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who was once again standing in the air with an increased aura, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others were all surprised. I didn't expect you to be even fiercer than I imagined. Is this your strongest state? Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu, her bright eyes rippling with curiosity. A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's pale face. He slowly raised his head and looked at the seemingly harmless, intelligent, and pure Qi Yeshi and said, "You'll know once you try." "Then I'll try again." Qi Yeshi smiled tenderly. Her figure was like a ghost, and her agility was not inferior to Du Xiaofu's carefree steps at all. Before she finished speaking, she instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She pushed out her delicate palm, and a palm print immediately fell on Du Xiaofu's chest. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded as they looked at this sudden scene. They only saw the terrifying palm print fall and the energy erupting. Du Xiaofu simply had no time to dodge. Qi Yeshi's speed was too fast, so fast that it was unimaginable. Bang! With a dull sound, the palm print fell, and the rune energy poured down from the sky like a torrential rain. Everyone once again gasped for Du Xiaofu. Could it be that Du Xiaofu, who had just stood up again, was going to be defeated again? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu shouted. Just as everyone gasped, they saw Du Xiaofu forcibly resist Qi Yeshi's palm. He did not dodge at all. Then, like a flash of lightning, his hand was like a cattail leaf fan. Layers of golden runes flickered, forming an arc-shaped golden crack in space. It was like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. In an instant, it fiercely slapped Qi Yeshi's body with a force that could crush everything. Buzz, buzz! A terrifying aura was released, and it was incomparably domineering. The golden runes burst forth as if they could suppress everything. The space buzzed with wind and thunder, and a storm swept through the square. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Qi Yeshi's slender body was instantly smashed off the square by Du Xiaofu's single hand. She landed heavily on the ground. Boom! The entire square shook violently, and cracks continued to spread into the distance. Everything was like a hot knife through butter. The square was already in a mess. Gravel, stone slabs, and dust were swept up together like a tornado. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Could Qi Yeshi's slender body withstand Du Xiaofu's terrifying attack? Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's body flew back, and he only managed to stabilize himself after more than 30 meters. Qi Yeshi's attack was also extremely shocking. When he finally stabilized himself, he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood. one palm for another. This kid is too fierce. In the elders' seats, all the elders, including the first elder, second elder, and third elder, were shocked. No one had expected that Du Xiaofu would choose the most efficient way to counter Qi Yeshi's terrifying attack. One palm for another. This was simply a suicidal way of fighting. Unless one had absolute confidence in one's physical body, no one would dare to do so. Dust flew up from below, but Du Xiaofu's expression was slightly serious. He knew that Qi Yeshi's slender body was definitely not something that he could easily defeat. Sure enough, as Du Xiaofu focused, a blurry figure gradually walked out from the dust on the square. Her body was wrapped in a faint fluorescent light. As the figure became clearer and clearer, it completely appeared in front of everyone. It was Qi Yeshi, who had just been smashed into the square. However, Qi Yeshi was a little different from before. Her body was wrapped in a layer of fluorescent light, as if she was covered in a layer of mysterious light. Her crafty eyes were covered in layers of star-like spiritual light, and her entire temperament was different. Looking at Qi Yeshi, it was not difficult for everyone to see that there were some bloodstains on her red lips. It seemed that she had definitely suffered a loss at Du Xiaofu's hands. Qi Yeshi slowly leaped into the air again. Her skirt fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling and lustrous. She was otherworldly, like a fairy. "You've gone too far. You actually hit me?" In the air, Qi Yeshi looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky, and her slender and tall body was wrapped in a mysterious radiance. She looked incomparably alluring. "You hit me. Why can't I hit you?" Du Xiaofu glanced at Qi Yeshi in confusion. He couldn't possibly be beaten without being able to fight back. However, at this moment, looking at Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaofu was even more confused. Sensing the aura on Qi Yeshi's body, he didn't know why, but there seemed to be a familiar feeling in his body. It was as if something in the depths of his body was being attracted, faintly stirred, and began to awaken. There was a feeling of eagerness, but this feeling disappeared immediately. "Then I won't hold back." It was obvious that Qi Yeshi had lost her temper. No one had dared to hit her since she was a child, and everyone cared about her. As soon as her voice fell, her figure pounced directly at Du Xiaofu again. Boom! Qi Yeshi attacked and began to explode. The space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. She directly slapped at Du Xiaofu, and the palm prints bloomed all over the sky, like stars falling from the night sky. It was shocking. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu also moved. A pair of wings condensed from pale golden runes flapped out from his back, accompanied by a domineering and fierce aura that swept out. He soared into the sky like a rock and collided with Qi Yeshi. Rumble! Almost in the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows, and the space trembled endlessly. Chapter 400. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Qi Yeshi, was like a goddess of stars and moon in the starry sky. Every move she made suppressed the sky, beautiful yet violent, breathtaking. Du Xiaofu was like a great rock that occupied the heavens, ferocious and intimidating, domineering and terrifying. He was invincible among his peers. So powerful. Is this their true strength? The crowd below was shocked. The battle between the two made the general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others sigh. They were truly no match for such strength. Regarding the two people fighting now, the rise of two dark horses, some people originally thought that it might be a coincidence, that they were lucky enough to enter the top two. But at this moment, they truly understood that the strength of these two people was enough to sweep away all the experts on the martial role. Even the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others would have to retreat. Bang, bang, bang! The two people in the air kept colliding, creating terrifying waves of air that shook the entire space. Without the restriction of the purple-gold heavenly tower, Du Xiaofu also had the speed of the rock descending to the ninth heaven. Together with the wave-like, carefree steps, the combination of the two reached a new level in terms of power and speed. Every move he made could sweep away an area, revealing an invincible aura. Qi Yeshi's entire body exuded a mysterious aura, the resplendent aura of the stars and moons spread out, actually able to directly resist Du Xiaofu's indiscriminate attacks and even suppress Du Xiaofu. This was also the first time Du Xiaofu felt that even the aura of the golden-winged rock within his body could be suppressed. If they were at the same level of cultivation, Du Xiaofu felt that he would definitely not be afraid of Qi Yeshi. But in a situation where their cultivation levels were lower, he was continuously suppressed. Du Xiaofu wanted to find an opportunity to directly resist Qi Yeshi with the strength of his physical body. Although the rock descending to the ninth heaven had increased his speed considerably, it was still difficult to do so with Qi Yeshi on guard. Qi Yeshi kept pulling away, not giving Du Xiaofu any chance to do so. However, in the face of Du Xiaofu's ferociousness, Qi Yeshi was unable to stop him, and it was extremely inconvenient. Big brother, things don't look good. That Qi Yeshi is very powerful. Du Xiaoqing's innocent eyes flashed with worry for the first time. Qi Yeshi's aura is very strange. It seems to be suppressed, but it's still very strong. If Du Xiaofu could fight at the same level, he shouldn't be afraid. It's just that there's a huge gap between their cultivation levels, so he'll be at a disadvantage, Du Xiaoyao said in a low voice with interest. Bang! Due to the difference in their cultivation levels, Du Xiaofu was finally suppressed once again. Qi Yeshi's palm landed on his shoulder, causing his body to fall from the air and crash onto the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Qi La! In just a short moment, Du Xiaofu's figure flapped his wings and swept out, rushing towards Qi Yeshi with a violent force. The two of them exchanged blows again, and terrifying runes exploded in the air. Rumbling sounds were endless, and the intensity was shocking. It had already caused many elders to sigh inwardly. With the strength that the two of them had unleashed, they probably wouldn't dare to casually come into contact with them. Du Xiaofu was still ferocious and violent. His every move contained a mysterious and powerful martial skill. The general momentum had been formed, and there were no fancy techniques. It was simple, but it was fierce and domineering. Qi Yeshi was still unpredictable, like a starry sky goddess. Many of her comprehension and martial skills were extraordinary and endless. Where did Qi Yeshi come from? Many of her comprehension and martial skills aren't at such a high level even in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. The first elder also exclaimed at this time, feeling more and more that Qi Yeshi was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu is also fierce like a ferocious beast. What kind of martial skill does he cultivate to be so domineering and fierce? The second elder exclaimed. The third elder was moved and said, Du Xiaofu's martial skill seems to have the aura of the Beast Emperor. It's too terrifying and fierce. The fierce collision continued in the sky. Both of them erupted with a terrifying power that suppressed everything. They were both domineering and peerless, enough to look down on their peers. At this moment, the battle between these two people was enough to represent the pinnacle of the younger generation. It made people suck in a breath of cold air. The strength of these two 16 or 17 years old boys and girls was actually so powerful to such an abnormal extent. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. Bang! Du Xiaofu was once again suppressed in terms of cultivation level, and he was blasted out of the square, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. Continue. Amidst the dust, Du Xiaofu continued to rush out. Faint golden qi surged, and a terrifying and domineering aura instantly erupted. Accompanied by his body that soared into the sky, a fist print directly charged towards Qi Yeshi with the force of a thunderbolt. Bang! The spiritual brilliance in Qi Yeshi's eyes fluctuated. Her slender hand changed, and she immediately met the attack with her palm. Everything happened as fast as lightning. As a deep sonic boom was heard, Du Xiaofu's body staggered back a few steps, and then the two of them exchanged blows again. In the air, the fighting spirit of the two of them seemed to have been completely aroused. The rolling fighting spirit suddenly erupted at this moment, causing the runic energy in the air to boil. Boom! The two figures collided like meteorites. The entire space trembled, and a deep sound of collision resounded. Bang! After a while, Du Xiaofu's body was blasted out of the square again, and the ground shook and the mountains shook again. Du Xiaofu is finally unable to resist. Qi Yeshi is trampling on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu is still unable to resist the suppression of cultivation level. The elders in the elders' seats exclaimed in surprise as they discussed the battle in the surroundings. They were naturally able to tell that Du Xiaofu was ultimately unable to contend against Qi Yeshi under the suppression of their cultivation levels. On the square, Du Xiaofu stood up again, his faint golden eyes looking at Qi Yeshi in the air. His entire body was in pain, and his internal organs were in turmoil. Qi Yeshi's strength was definitely the strongest among those of the same generation that he had encountered so far. In terms of age, she was a true peer. "Surrender, you've lost." A smile finally appeared on Qi Yeshi's face. After using all her strength, she had finally suppressed that ferocious guy. After being trampled on repeatedly, she had finally gotten her revenge. This can't go on. Du Xiaofu pondered. From the looks of it, he could only unleash his greatest advantage to suppress Qi Yeshi. After so many rounds of fighting, he was already exhausted and on the brink of exhaustion. He didn't have much strength left and had to defeat Qi Yeshi as soon as possible. Let's continue. Du Xiaofu made up his mind. The runic wings on his back flapped, and he once again soared into the air and pounced on Qi Yeshi. A fist print soared into the sky, accompanied by endless sonic booms. "You're still coming? Then I'll continue to trample on you." Qi Yeshi pouted. The radiance around her body fluctuated, and her delicate figure soared into the sky. Her palm print met the fist print, and a terrifying aura swept across the sky. Whoosh! Just as Du Xiaofu's fist print and Qi Yeshi's palm print were about to collide, Du Xiaofu suddenly gritted his teeth, and his fist dissipated in an instant. Although Qi Yeshi was well prepared, she still forcibly took on Qi Yeshi's palm print with her body. Uft! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood, which also sprayed on Qi Yeshi's face. This guy is doing it again. Qi Yeshi's expression changed drastically. She did not care about the blood on her face that was stained by Du Xiaofu's spray, and quickly retreated. Too late, but in a flash, Du Xiaofu did not delay. His body was wrapped in golden light, and his arms trembled slightly. Like a rock spreading its wings, he instantly hugged Qi Yeshi. His arms, which were like a rock spreading its wings, also collapsed on Qi Yeshi's slender waist, not allowing her to struggle. For some reason, Qi Yeshi's body trembled when Du Xiaofu suddenly hugged her waist tightly. Her eyes also glazed over. Perhaps at the last moment, Qi Yeshi still had a chance to break free, but in that moment of daze, Du Xiaofu held her tightly. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu had just taken a blow from Qi Yeshi, and under the huge impact he was once again slammed into the ground of the plaza. Qi Yeshi's delicate body was not spared either. She was also slammed into the plaza by Du Xiaofu, and the plaza collapsed. Dust and gravel were blown into the air, and the ground cracked. The blue stone floor exploded and turned into fine powder. This scene made everyone look at each other in dismay, and they were all dumbfounded. In the middle of the shattered ground of the plaza, Du Xiaofu's body was tightly pressed against Qi Yeshi's body, and the corners of his mouth curled into a fierce smile. "Let go of me." In the mess of the ground, Qi Yeshi finally came to her senses as she looked at the face that was right in front of her. She immediately screamed and struggled with all her might. Her hands could still move, and she kept slapping Du Xiaofu's back. Uft! Du Xiaofu's body was tightly pressed against Qi Yeshi, and the impact on his back caused him to spit out blood. Pun descends to the 9 heavens suppress. At the same time, the golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, and golden rays of light filled the sky. carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged Peng clan. It was as if 2 extra arms had appeared, and they tightly wrapped around Qi Yeshi's arms. It was powerful and domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a real Peng descending, and his domineering and terrifying aura filled the sky. He swept his wings and suppressed Qi Yeshi. Qi Yeshi's eyes trembled when she felt such a ferocious and domineering aura. She struggled with all her might, and a mysterious energy erupted from her body. On the surface of her body, there seemed to be a large number of mysterious runes that resembled stars and moons surging, trying to break free from Du Xiaofu's restraint. The terrifying energy eruption made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to suppress it. Today's update is complete. Chapter 401. Just as Peng Lin Jiuqian found it difficult to suppress Qi Yishi, dazzling talisman inscriptions suddenly flashed behind Du Xiaofu's back. A domineering aura suddenly surged out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the sky. In an instant, an illusory image formed by 5 mountain peaks appeared. Buzz, buzz! As the illusory image of the 5-finger mountains appeared, it seemed as though it had been given life. The sound of wind and thunder, dense spiritual energy spread out, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. A terrifying might spread out. Pulse spirit suppression. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. The illusory image of the 5 mountain peaks behind him expanded as though it had materialized. An oppressive aura surged out, and the talisman inscriptions in the sky flickered, directly suppressing Qi Yishi. Walala! The energy in the surrounding space rippled, as though it was trying to open up space. The terrifying aura made it difficult for the countless spectators to breathe, and the profound energy in their bodies was also blocked. The moment the pulse spirit of the 5-finger mountains appeared, the first elder, second elder, and third elder seemed to have thought of something at the same time. The 3 of them couldn't help but stand up, their eyes filled with shock. Pulse spirit of the 5-finger mountains. How could this little fellow have such a pulse spirit? Could it be? An outstanding talent has appeared in our Tianwu Academy. The 3 Inner Institute elders looked at each other in astonishment. In the end, an absolute smile blossomed on their aged faces. Walala! The illusory image of the mountain peaks enveloped Du Xiaofu, and Qi Yishi was also suppressed. The talisman inscriptions soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. It was as though 5 real mountains had fallen, and Qi Yishi was once again unable to struggle. She was tightly held in Du Xiaofu's embrace. Qi Yishi looked at Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit. At this moment, she seemed to have sensed something, and her face was filled with shock. However, she quickly recovered from her shock. Suddenly, Qi Yishi's delicate body, which was being suppressed by Du Xiaofu, trembled. The talisman inscriptions on the surface of her body were like the twinkling stars in the starry sky. It was vast and indescribably mysterious, accompanied by an extremely vast and ancient aura. A terrifying aura spread out from her body like a storm. Walala! The talisman inscriptions on the surface of Qi Yishi's body soared into the sky and stopped Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit of the mountain pulse spirit. The talisman inscriptions bloomed in the sky, as though countless stars in the starry sky's pulse spirit were. Was the energy Tu Zhuang's spirit in the sky. The talisman inscriptions on Qi Yishi's body were definitely very powerful. At this moment, they were able to resist the mountain pulse spirit, as though they were about to overturn it. However, the mountain pulse spirit's aura was domineering and suppressing. It seemed to be affected by the talisman inscriptions on Qi Yishi's body. The golden talisman inscriptions on the mountain phantom burst forth, and its aura surged. It was as though it could crush everything in the world and crush Qi Yishi. Star curtain! Qi Yishi's bright eyes were like stars at this moment. The talisman inscriptions on her body burst forth, as though countless stars in the galaxy were revolving. Once again, she resisted the suppression of Du Xiaofu's mountain pulse spirit. The terrifying aura surged in the sky. Many people who were watching from afar felt their qi freeze. Their souls trembled, and they felt as though they were about to be crushed. Under this terrifying aura, many people knew that if they were to come into contact with it, they would definitely be crushed into pieces in the battle between Qi Shi and Du Xiaofu. Where did Qi Shi come from? The aura on her body is so mysterious and powerful. The eyes of the first elder, second elder, and third elder trembled. With their eyesight, how could they not see the terrifying aura on Qi Yishi's body? At this moment, Du Xiaofu had activated the mountain pulse spirit suppression. Even a cultivator at the martial marquis realm would find it difficult to escape. However, Qi Yishi showed signs of wanting to break free again. The talisman inscriptions on her body were as vast as the starry sky. Even they could not see the origin of the talisman inscriptions, but it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, to the others, it was even more shocking. The terrifying aura spread out, and most of the students in the square were blocked by the Qi Yishi's aura. They trembled under the terrifying aura. So this is their true strength. The general, Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others all had bitter smiles on their faces. At this moment, they finally understood that their defeat was not a coincidence, nor was it luck. It was the true difference between their strength and theirs. There were some gaps that could never be overcome. This guy's comprehension is not weak, but it's still not enough. Otherwise, he would have been able to completely suppress Qi Shi. Du Xiaoyao also suddenly became nervous. She coiled her head on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, her pale, golden spirit eyes fixed on the square. She muttered softly, "Qi Yishi's origin is very strange. It seems like she's hiding something, making it difficult for others to see her origin. Otherwise, I would have been able to recognize her." At this moment, the square was silent except for the energy struggle in the square. Everyone was holding their breaths as they waited. In the crowd, Du Xiaoman, Ouying Shuang, Bingna, and the others froze. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, Tu Tong, Han Chao, and the others all clenched their fists as their eyes trembled. Buzz, buzz! Above the square, wind and thunder rumbled as auras swept out. Du Xiaofu and Qi Shi were still in a stalemate. Neither could completely defeat the other, but Du Xiaofu still hugged Qi Shi tightly in his arms. However, as time passed, the result of this stalemate was that Du Xiaofu was gradually going to be pushed away. Du Xiaofu's aura became weaker and weaker in the round after round, and in addition to the fact that his cultivation level was much lower than Qi Yishi's, the profound qi in his God's Gate could no longer support the activation of his meridian spirit. His aura became weaker and weaker. Qi Yishi knew Du Xiaofu's weakness. She could not move and was tightly hugged. However, on the surface of her body, there was a final layer of mysterious runes and a light shield that resisted Du Xiaofu's suppression. As Du Xiaofu's aura weakened, the mysterious runes on the surface of Qi Yishi's body flickered and attacked. The mysterious runes were like blades, sword radiance, and the light of dawn. They constantly corroded the illusory mountain peak, trying to destroy it and crack it. Du Xiaofu suppressed it with all his might. His expression was fierce, but there was nothing he could do. The profound qi in his body was insufficient, and his aura was greatly reduced. The illusory image of his upper meridian spirit also began to crack. Is Du Xiaofu going to lose? After all, there is a huge difference in their cultivation levels. No matter who wins, it is enough to prove that both of them have the strength to fight for the top 2 spots on the martial roll. What a powerful and terrifying duo. They're both so young, but they are so terrifying. From now on, the top 2 spots on the martial roll will truly change hands. If Du Xiaofu is also a martial marquis, he might be able to counterattack. Both of them are about the same age, but Qi Shi is already a martial marquis. This is also her strength. She does not have much of an advantage over Du Xiaofu. In short, both of them are terrifying and fierce. Just as Du Xiaofu was finding it harder and harder to hold on, the surrounding people in the square held their breaths and waited. Shocked discussions were once again heard. Finally, Du Xiaofu could no longer hold on. The illusory image of his mountain meridian spirit cracked from the impact. Finally, the illusory image of his mountain meridian spirit turned into a large number of runes and shattered under everyone's trembling gazes. Uft! Du Xiaofu spat out blood again, and a lot of it sprayed onto Qi Yishi's face. His face was as pale as ash, and the rune golden wings on his body gradually cracked. He could no longer suppress Qi Yishi. Crash! At this moment, Du Xiaofu was no longer able to continue. His aura was weak, and he had no more profound qi left in his body. Du Xiaofu has lost in the end. Everyone sighed and felt a little regretful. However, at this moment, who would still think that Du Xiaofu was not enough? They were deeply shocked by the confrontation between the two. These two little guys are too powerful. The three inner institute elders also sighed at this moment. Their old faces were filled with astonishment. Break! Qi Yishi's face was pale. With a delicate shout, the runes on the surface of her body bloomed and surged. The impact made Du Xiaofu's arms feel as if they were about to break. Under the huge impact, Du Xiaofu was dizzy and could no longer resist. Chapter 402. Without the support of his profound energy, his pure physical strength was no match for the current Qi Yishi. Du Xiaofu's hands were powerless, and Qi Yishi was about to break free. The impact of the tremendous force made him dizzy, and his entire body felt like it was about to shatter. In particular, the mysterious runes on Qi Yishi's body continued to attack Du Xiaofu's body like blades, swords, and the light of dawn, wanting to tear Du Xiaofu to shreds. The vast, mysterious, and ancient aura did not allow Du Xiaofu to invade it in the slightest. Suddenly, as if stimulated by the mysterious runes on Qi Yishi's body, something mysterious seemed to leap out from within Du Xiaofu's body at the last moment, just as he was about to faint. Du Xiaofu felt as if there was something mysterious in his body that had been hibernating all this time. However, at this moment, it was suddenly awakened because of its influence, causing piercing pain all over his body. He could not help but cry out in pain. ZZZT. At the same time, along with a loud shout, a mysterious light suddenly began to bloom from within Du Xiaofu's body. Rays of mysterious light leaped out. These rays of light seemed somewhat turbid and dim. However, these mysterious rays of light were tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. When these mysterious rays of light finally intersected and gathered together, a terrifying power spread out, turning into a net of light that directly covered Du Xiaofu. It also covered Qi Yishi, who was under Du Xiaofu's body. What's going on? Why is the pressure so strong? At this moment, looking at Du Xiaofu, who was enveloped by the mysterious net of light, an ancient pressure spread out from the net of light, causing everyone in the square to tremble all over. They could not help but prostrate themselves, as if they were facing a king that could not be defied. Heavens, this is... On the elder seats, the gazes of the three inner academy elders changed abruptly once again. Staring at the mysterious net of light around Du Xiaofu, the first elder's eyes trembled as he murmured, "Martial Vane's spiritual seal. Could this be the legendary Martial Vane's spiritual seal?" Spiritual imprints. This guy's spiritual imprints can actually form spiritual imprints. Could it be that he's one of those guys? But the Du clan isn't among them. Surrounded by the mysterious net of light, Qi Yishi's eyes became truly shocked. She wanted to break free from the mysterious net of light, but no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. The more Qi Yishi's vast talisman rune struggled, the more it seemed to be challenging the authority of the mysterious light net around Du Xiaofu. That kind of authority could not be challenged. The mysterious net of light grew tighter and tighter, and the rays of light were like steel wires, as if they wanted to cut Qi Shi's mysterious light net into pieces. The mysterious rays of light were about to strangle Qi Shi's delicate body, and a magnificent and desolate aura spread out, as if the authority could not be challenged. This guy has a hidden martial vein, and this martial vein is awakening on its own. Who is this guy? Is he really from one of those clans? But his aura doesn't seem like it. Qi Shi became more and more shocked. The starlight on her body erupted, and the mysterious runes appeared, but they gradually shrank back. She was tightly trapped and mercilessly suppressed by Du Xiaofu's mysterious net of light. Under the influence and stimulation of the mysterious runes on Qi Shi's body, the mysterious net of light on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body grew brighter and brighter, as if it had been given life. Something began to accelerate its awakening, and a will wanted to awaken. I admit defeat. Let go of me. I don't want to fight with you anymore. It's just a weapon. You don't have to fight so hard. Qi Shi sensed that the mysterious net of light on Du Xiaofu's body seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. She immediately shouted loudly. Du Xiaofu was simply fighting with his life on the line. She stopped fighting, and the mysterious runes on her body began to withdraw. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still in a daze. He vaguely heard Qi Shi's voice of admitting defeat, and finally his will began to relax, and the mysterious net of light on his body also gradually withdrew. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had long lost all his strength. His arms finally let go of Qi Shi, but his sturdy body directly pressed down on Qi Shi's delicate body. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu could faintly feel Qi Shi's delicate body go soft, and a faint orchid fragrance entered his nose. However, Du Xiaofu didn't have the strength to sniff more and directly fainted. His lips just happened to be pressed against Qi Shi's delicate red lips. At this last moment, Qi Shi was once again stunned. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten to struggle, and her mind went blank. When she was at home, her status was extraordinary and she was the youngest, so she was especially doted on. Who dared to be disrespectful to her? Who dared to blaspheme her? If anyone dared to be disrespectful to her, those brothers, sisters, and elders in the family who doted on her would definitely tear those who dared to be disrespectful to her alive. But today, this guy not only hugged her, but also laid on her body and finally kissed her lips. Only the heavens knew that this was her first kiss. If her brothers and sisters found out about this, and if the other family members found out, she would be laughed at and most likely be torn to pieces. Dusk finally arrived, and the sun slowly penetrated the thin layer of clouds, turning into a red ball. The surrounding red clouds spread in all directions, covering half the sky, and gradually faded layer by layer until it became a grayish-white color. The Sky Martial Assembly that countless powers and empires were paying attention to lasted from early morning to late evening. The results of each battle were unexpected, and in the end, it ended when Qi Shi took the initiative to admit defeat. Because of Qi Shi's admission of defeat, although Du Xiaofu fainted in the end, he was still the final victor. As for Qi Shi, no one dared to be disrespectful or look down on her. Du Xiaofu's terrifying suppression at the end was something that no one in the entire academy could resist except for Qi Shi. After Du Xiaofu fainted, the 3 inner court elders personally checked on him, and Elder He, who also announced the news of Du Xiaofu's victory. Around the square, the academy recovered from their shock, and then the new students and right-in students erupted into wild and enthusiastic cheers. Du Xiaofu undoubtedly represented the new students and right-in students. Now that Du Xiaofu had won, all the new students and right-in students could hold their heads high in the academy from now on. Elder He Hu, this time the Martial Arts Institute, was slightly worse. In the elder seats, Elder Sun Bue glanced at Elder He Hu at an inappropriate time to take revenge for the Talisman Institute that day. Actually, everyone can see that Du Xiaofu's cultivation in martial arts is stronger than that of a talisman master. Elder He Hu smiled embarrassedly. That means that martial artists' weapons and pills are all refined by a talisman master. Elder son Bue glared at Elder, he who without any trace of politeness. This, Elder, he who was stunned, and suddenly couldn't say anything. Night fell, and a crescent moon quietly hung in the sky. Moonlight shone down on the earth, and the stars in the Milky Way shone brightly. In the entire academy, all the students were still discussing the competition today. Qi Yeshi and Du Xiaofu's duels were discussed enthusiastically by all the students, especially the final duel between Du Xiaofu and Qi Yeshi. The tug-of-war and unforeseen circumstances that led to Du Xiaofu's victory left everyone deeply shocked. The strength of the two of them had already far surpassed their peers, and it made people yearn and revere them. In the dark night, Du Xiaofu's name was on the huge martial ranking at the entrance of Tianwu Academy. Golden light enveloped Tianwu Academy. However, not far away, Du Xiaofu's name was still on the bounty ranking. It was unknown if the elders had forgotten to change it. It could be said that Du Xiaofu was on both the martial ranking and the bounty ranking at the same time. The night was dark, and it was as quiet as still water. The sky was dotted with twinkling stars, and it was as though the Milky Way was laid down on the azure sky. Within Tianwu Academy, the earth gradually fell into a deep slumber. An ancient aura permeated the air, and it was silent. On a towering mountain peak, in front of a peaceful courtyard, ancient trees swayed, and a beautiful figure stood there. She was around 16 to 17 years old, and her waist was wrapped in a light green dress. The night breeze blew, and 2 strands of black hair by the side of the young lady's cheeks brushed against her face, adding to her allure. She gazed at the brilliant starry sky, and a spiritual glow flickered in her eyes, following which she rubbed her hands against her face, and in an instant a layer of faint light surged, following which a piece of transparent skin appeared in her hands, as though a mask. Her youthful face changed into a different appearance. This was another face. Her eyebrows were curved, and her appearance was otherworldly. Her beautiful black hair flowed down her back, forming a beautiful arc around her slender waist. Only her eyes were as bright as before, and her light green dress fluttered in the night breeze, accentuating her slender and tall figure. She was like a green lotus, pure and untainted, yet seductive at the same time. She stood there quietly, and if any other peerless beauty were to stand before her, they would immediately pale in comparison. It was as though a true immortal had descended upon the mortal world, untainted by the mortal world. The young lady pouted as she gazed at the starry sky and muttered, "Stinky old man, I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Why did you have to seal my meridian spirit and martial vein? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been taken advantage of by that fellow." As soon as she finished speaking, the young lady's slender fingers caressed her lips. Her cheeks were flushed, and her dimples were faintly discernible, adding to her cuteness. She muttered softly, "It's fine. My family won't find out anyway, so they won't laugh at me. Are you all here?" When Du Xiaofu woke up, he opened his eyes slightly and instantly saw Ouyang Shuang and his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, before him. Chapter 403. If he doesn't wake up soon, we'll really be worried. Seeing Du Xiaofu wake up, Du Xiaoman's brows finally relaxed. She immediately helped Du Xiaofu up from the bed. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream, and her lips were like cherry petals. She said softly, "The inner court elders have already examined you. They say you're fine, just exhausted too much energy. It's not a big problem. And I was fine in the first place." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Supported by his big sister, he glanced sideways at the room. He had returned to the weapons department's courtyard. He did not know who had brought him back. "Right, where's my sword?" Suddenly, Du Xiaofu seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately changed. "What are you so nervous for? I brought it back for you. Just what is inside. Why is it so heavy? I almost couldn't get it back, even with all my strength." Ouyang Shuang indicated for Du Xiaofu to look at the bed. Only when she had helped Du Xiaofu put away the sword did she discover that the item wrapped tightly in the purple cloth was as heavy as 1,000 jin. It was difficult to pull it out. She really did not know how this fellow could have withstood it by carrying it on his back all day long. Du Xiaofu looked at the purple gold heavenly tower beside the bed, and only then did he relax, letting out a sigh of relief. "Big brother, are you awake?" "Junior brother, Du, it's good that you're fine." Immediately after, the voices of Du Xiaoqing and Han Chao came from outside the door, and then several figures walked into the room. It was Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Han Chao, Tu Tong, and Bing Na. They all looked at Du Xiaofu with concern. Seeing Du Xiaofu wake up, they all let out sighs of relief. After that, from the words of the crowd, Du Xiaofu found out that he'd already been unconscious for 2 days, and in 5 days, the top 10 of the martial rankings would enter the Heaven Martial Talisman realm to cultivate in seclusion for half a year. "All right, let's all go out and let this guy meditate and recover." A moment later, Du Xiaoman urged everyone not to disturb Du Xiaofu anymore. Her body was covered by an orange-red loose robe. Below her slender, jade-like neck, her soft breasts were like creamy white jade. Half of her body was covered. Her slender legs were curved seductively, as if they were silently enchanting. Everyone understood and immediately left. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. At this moment, he indeed needed to do some breathing exercises to recover. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the corners of Du Xiaoman's mouth curled up slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she was inviting him to kiss her. Her appearance was enough to tug at the nerves of any man. She said, "Be obedient and recover. If third uncle and everyone in the family knows about your current achievements, they will definitely be pleasantly surprised. I already knew that my third brother would definitely surpass ordinary people." As her voice faded, Du Xiaoman's eyes were filled with a smile. The third brother in front of her was already as different as heaven and earth from the past. Back then, she had always believed that her third brother would definitely soar to the heavens one day. How could a true, foolish young master have such a bearing? Even when bullied, he would still maintain his arrogance. Even when bullied, he would never beg for forgiveness, nor would he bend his back. Du Xiaofu did not say anything. He only smiled slightly. Perhaps if he won this time, he would be able to take a step closer to his mother and sister. After Du Xiaoman left the room, Du Xiaofu once again carried the purple gold heavenly tower on his back. Only then did he once again sit cross-legged on the bed. After stuffing quite a few elixirs into his mouth, Du Xiaofu began to form hand seals and meditate. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. 2 days after the Tianwu meet ended, the news had already spread. In particular, there were rumors that the champion of the Tianwu meet, Du Xiaofu, had defeated Qi Yeshi, who was in the profound martial marquis realm, with his cultivation at the pulse spirit realm. The news of a genius appearing in Tianwu Academy immediately caused the expressions of countless powers to change. In a courtyard that had been around for a long time, the limestone floor was modeled and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Within the majestic hall, dragons and phoenixes were carved. Many elders and burly men with extraordinary auras were seated. I didn't expect that a genius would appear in Shi Cheng's clan. Compared to Du Tingxian, his talent is even greater. This lad is definitely not a fish in a pond. He will definitely soar to the heavens. Our Du family should express our gratitude. Absolutely not. Back then, Du Tingxian had stirred up a monstrous calamity, causing our Du clan to nearly be annihilated. Even now, the few elders are still recuperating from their injuries. This Du Xiaofu has some sort of entanglement with those enormous beings. If our Du clan is implicated, I'm afraid that we will once again be annihilated. What happened back then had a huge impact on our Du family. But now that a genius has appeared, if we don't accept him into our clan, it will be a huge loss. No matter how huge the loss is, it's still better than being destroyed. Furthermore, it's not like our Du family is lacking in talents. If it was back then, it would have been difficult for us to make a choice. But now, he isn't the only genius in our Du family. Inside the hall, many powerful cultivators were engaged in a heated discussion. A burly man with well-defined facial features didn't say much. He just listened quietly at the side. The vast and majestic hall was connected to one another, and a faint royal aura could be felt. In the hall, a middle-aged man dressed in a dragon robe stood there. Even though there weren't any ripples of aura coming from his body, no one dared to look at him directly. He muttered, "I didn't expect another genius to appear in the Du family." For days later, early in the morning, the sun dyed the sky red. In Tianwu Academy, the mountains were painted with a layer of faint gold. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in a single courtyard in the Artifact Institute that was surrounded by a mountain and a river. His body was surrounded by a faint golden halo of light. The violent energy brought about by the many elixirs and medicinal pills that he had consumed had been refined into his own pure, profound energy. His bones, muscles, internal organs, and other organs were also absorbing the medicinal strength after the refinement to recover, allowing the injuries on his body to automatically recover during his cultivation, and his complexion began to slowly recover its rosy complexion. A moment later, as he retracted his hand seal, the golden halo around Du Xiaofu gradually receded. Like threads of golden spiritual snake energy, they drilled into his body in a mysterious manner. His tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. Chi! 2 streaks of light shot out from his faint golden eyes. An ancient and domineering aura swept out from his thin and sturdy body, causing the entire room to tremble. Huff! After spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu's resolute face retracted the light in his eyes, returning to a clear and bright state. Crackle! Stretching his waist, Du Xiaofu's joints made crackling sounds. At this moment, he felt that the injuries in his body and the profound energy in his God's Gate had recovered to the point that there were no longer any problems. Chi! Right at this moment, a small bronze pagoda leaped out from Du Xiaofu's bosom. Its entire body was suffused with flowing light, and mysterious runes flickered. The surrounding air rippled, and a smoke-like ripple spread out from the small pagoda. In the end, it condensed into a rather transparent youth's figure. At this moment, the transparent figure looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. However, from the appearance of the figure, it was still very skinny. It was extremely skinny, as though it was all skin and bones. Its cheeks were fierce-looking, its eyebrows were inverted, and its eyes were triangular. It was one thing for the 16 or 17-year-old youth to have triangular eyes, but it also revealed a wretched gaze, causing people to feel uncomfortable no matter how they looked at it. It was simply that strangers could only use the word extremely wretched to perfectly describe and interpret this transparent youth's figure. This time, I've finally recovered quite well. I've improved quite a bit. As the youth's figure appeared, he immediately stretched his waist with a smile on his face. It was just that it was fine if he didn't smile, but when he smiled, his wretched face was even uglier than crying. However, Du Xiaofu didn't feel that this youth was embarrassing. He only felt that it was a little strange. He immediately said happily, "Brother Qingchen, why did you go into seclusion for so long this time? Also, you seem to have grown up quite a bit." It had been a few months since his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, had entered seclusion in the small pagoda and returned from the Dark City to obtain the mysterious spirit heavenly vine. If Zhen Qingchen still hadn't come out after such a long time, Du Xiaofu was afraid that he would really be worried. "What do you mean by grown up? I'm already a few hundred years old. It's just that I've casually become like this because of my cultivation method. Once I recover my peak strength, I'll be able to fully recover." Zhen Qingchen glanced at Du Xiaofu and peeked at Du Xiaofu's aura. He frowned and said, "You seem to have been beaten up by someone. What happened?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you slowly." Du Xiaofu smiled. He naturally didn't hide anything from his elder brother, Zhen Qingchen, from the Dark City, to the mysterious spirit Heavenly Vine, to his master, to the venerable weapon, to the Dark Nether sect, to the King of Medicine, to the Heavenly Martial Assembly after he came back. Everything was simple. When Zhen Qingchen heard Du Xiaofu's story, his wretched face and wretched eyes kept fluctuating. You're saying that you've become the disciple of the venerable weapon and obtained the peerless divine weapon that the venerable weapon refined? Zhen Qingchen closely looked at Du Xiaofu with a face full of shock. It seemed like he had also heard of the venerable weapon's name. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded and said, Brother Qingchen, do you also know my master, the venerable weapon? The venerable weapon who dominated the Central Plains. Of course I've heard of him. He should be an expert from 1,000 years ago, the venerable weapon refiner of the Central Plains. It's a pity that I'm a few hundred years younger than him. When I dominated the world, the venerable weapon had already disappeared in the Central Plains. You're really lucky. Zhen Qingchen was shocked. He then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, I've never heard of the Heaven Martial Talisman that can accelerate time in the Heaven Martial Talisman. Half a year is 5 years inside the Heaven Martial Talisman. It's very useful for you. It's also a great opportunity. Brother Qingchen, how's your recovery? Du Xiaofu felt that Zhen Qingchen's aura seemed to be a lot stronger than before. His illusory body was also a lot more solid. I've recovered quite well. However, I'm still far from my peak condition. Now, I'm at least able to protect myself in this area, Zhen Qingchen said with a smile. His tone was filled with the arrogance of an old man, and his tone was filled with pride. Today's update is complete. Chapter 404. When Du Xiaofu came out of the room, Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao were in the courtyard, as well as Han Chao. However, Bing Na, Tu Tong, Ouyang Xuan, and Du Xiaoman were nowhere to be seen. Han Chao and Du Xiaoqing were talking endlessly about something. Du Xiaoqing was listening with great interest, not annoyed in the slightest. But when she saw Du Xiaofu come out, she immediately threw herself at him happily. You've recovered quite quickly. Du Xiaoqing also jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder. A moment later, he learned from Han Chao that Vice Principal Zhuge should no longer be in seclusion. Du Xiaofu immediately went to find him. In the familiar courtyard, still in the refining room, Du Xiaofu saw Vice Principal Zhuge. In front of him was a pile of refining materials, surrounded by the aura of spiritual stoves and talisman cauldrons. On his savage face, his seemingly lifeless eyes were filled with shock as he murmured, worthy of being the weapon sovereign whose name shakes the Central Prefecture. His refining methods are vast and profound, allowing me to benefit greatly. Vice Principal Du Xiaofu stood respectfully to one side. You've come? Seeing Du Xiaofu, Zhuge Qiangbong's eyes were still filled with shock. Rising, he looked at him for a while before saying to Du Xiaofu, I know the results of the Heaven Martial Assembly. According to the results, after you become the champion, you will naturally receive a weapon refined from my profound, spirit-connecting, heavenly vine. During the half-year you enter the Heaven Martial Seal realm, I will be refining in seclusion. By the time you come out of the Heaven Martial Seal realm, it should be about time. Many thanks, Vice Principal. Du Xiaofu smiled happily. A weapon personally refined by Vice Principal Zhuge, and refined using the profound spirit-connecting heavenly vine as the main material. Its value and power could be imagined. You got it with your own ability. Zhuge Qiangbong rolled his eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, What weapons are you good at? Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, or whips and daggers. Do you have any special requirements? This. Du Xiaofu pondered deeply. If the heavenly palace of purple gold could successfully resolve the suppression of the murderous weapon's soul, then he would have to use it in the future. Therefore, if he used the ice blade sword, perhaps he would be more familiar with it in the future. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu made his decision and said to Zhuge Qiangbong, Vice Principal, I want a sword. I don't have any special requests. You can make it for me. In terms of refining weapons, although he had received the inheritance of his master, the venerable weapon, Du Xiaofu knew that he was still unable to compare with Vice Principal Zhuge in terms of comprehension. Therefore, he could rest assured in handing over the task to Vice Principal Zhuge. Zhuge Chengbang slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at Du Xiaofu. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, I know. You are domineering and fierce. Although you can defeat 10 people with brute force, there is also a saying that softness can overcome hardness. The profound spirit connecting Heavenly Vine's specialty is also in the aspect of dexterity. When the time comes, I will refine a more dexterous sword for you. It just so happens that I have comprehended some of the refining methods of the venerable weapon. Many thanks, Vice Principal. Du Xiaofu smiled. When he came out of the Heaven Martial Seal realm, he would be able to obtain a weapon that he could use at the moment. In the refining room, Du Xiaofu discussed the refining methods with Vice Principal Zhuge from morning to evening. Then he did not return to the courtyard. Instead, he went directly to the valley behind the mountain to check on the situation of the king-scaled demonic tiger. The valley was silent. It was obvious that a seal had been placed. From the aura of the seal, it was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to feel that it was the work of that girl, Du Xiaoqing. No wonder that girl had not come to the valley to see the king-scaled demonic tiger recently. She was not careless and had placed some kind of seal. Sensing the aura of the seal, Du Xiaofu knew that the king-scaled demonic tiger was still in seclusion. He did not know when it would come out of seclusion, nor did he know whether the king-scaled demonic tiger was in the midst of evolving. Thus, he left the valley after taking a look around. Only when the sky was filled with the glow of sunset did Du Xiaofu return to his courtyard in the Weapon Institute. However, he was somewhat surprised to see Du Yunxin, who was wearing a long light blue dress, in the courtyard. A pair of watery eyes on that rosy moving face was the most attractive sight. She was chatting with Du Xiaobai in a rather familiar manner, as if they had not known each other for a long time. Brother Xiaofu. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Du Yunxin immediately stood up happily. As an influential figure among the new students, her status was equivalent to Gu Xinyan among the older students. In the academy, she was extremely famous. Even in the entire Stone Dragon Empire, she had a certain amount of fame. As an influential figure in Tianwu Academy, her future achievements were naturally imaginable. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu's brows slightly twitched. Thinking back to what his elder sister, Du Xiaoman, had said, he could not help but maintain some distance from the Du household. He was unable to completely trust them. I'm here to congratulate you on becoming the champion. Congratulations, Brother Xiaofu. On Du Yunxin's rosy and moving face, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes. Her voice was soft and gentle, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to say anything. Brother, so Yunxin is also Brother's little sister. Du Xiaoqing raised her head and held Du Xiaofu's arm. Yes, but it's not the same. Du Xiaofu wasn't completely clear about the situation and could only maintain some distance from the Du household. However, facing Du Yunxin, from her clear eyes, Du Xiaofu couldn't say anything. Although he maintained some distance from the Du household, at least he had a good impression of Du Yunxin. Perhaps it was just as Du Yunxin had said. Stone City's Du household and Stone Dragon Empire's Du household were originally one family, just a branch family relationship. The sunset covered the horizon, but Du Yunxin didn't have any intention of leaving. From her conversation with Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaofu guessed that Du Yunxin and Du Xiaoqing were going to sleep together tonight. The two of them were abnormally congenial, and they even held hands as they went to the mountain stream to play. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain stream and the two young and beautiful figures illuminated by the sunset. A slight smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the courtyard, he once again saw Big Sister Du Xiaoman. It seems like you've recovered well. Tomorrow you will enter the heavenly martial symbol boundary to comprehend for half a year. I also plan to return to Stone City tomorrow. under the setting sun. Her figure was graceful. Her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her eyes were ethereal as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Comprehend well and cultivate. You are the hope of our Du family. Big sister, when you return, send my regards to big uncle and second uncle. Tell them that I'm doing well in the academy. Also, second brother is in Orchid Mountain City. You should also go there. When the time comes, tell second brother to go back with you. Second uncle must also miss second brother." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After that, he suddenly thought of something and withdrew a Qinquan pouch from his hand and passed it to Du Xiaoman. He said, "Bring this to big uncle. There are some things inside that can be distributed to the members of the Du family." Within the Qinquan pouch was a considerable amount of Du Xiaofu's collection. Its value was absolutely shocking to the extreme to the current Du family. "All right, I'll pass it to my father." Du Xiaoman didn't refuse. The two siblings naturally didn't need to be courteous. Her appearance was handsome, and her pitch-black eyes were clear like a stream. Under the sunset, she also emitted a tranquil aura. She patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Third brother from back, then has grown up now. Even after growing up, I'm still big sister's third brother." A smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face, but his eyebrows slightly raised without leaving a trace. He secretly thought that the twin sister that he had never seen before had also grown up now. He didn't know if she would be like him, often missing the brother that she had never seen before. "Silly boy, of course you are big sister's third brother. Could it be that you are someone else's third brother?" Du Xiaoman smiled. It wasn't too devastatingly beautiful, but it still had an extraordinary beauty. There was also an indescribable allure and also an otherworldly beauty. Du Xiaofu put away the thoughts in the depths of his heart, then once again thought of another matter. He said, "Big sister, Du Yunqin of the Du household came to find me." Then Du Xiaofu roughly told big sister, Du Xiaoman, what Yunqin said. After a moment of silence, Du Xiaoman looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyebrows slightly creased, and the corners of her delicate mouth slightly raised. Her red lips slightly opened, and she said, "What she said should be correct. As far as I know, our Stone City's Du household and the Stone Dragon Empire's Du household are also related to each other." After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaoman continued to say to Du Xiaofu, "But I feel that this matter is far from that simple. This time after I go back, I will properly understand this matter with my father. But at least before this matter is clear, you shouldn't get too close to the Du household." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded. He also felt that perhaps this matter wasn't too simple. If it was simple, then why didn't he know that the Du household and the Stone City's Du household were one family? Why didn't the other people in the family mention it? After the curtain of night fell, Du Xiaoman said a few words to Du Xiaofu before leaving. Du Xiaoqing and Du Yunqin also came back from playing in the mountain stream. Their faces were rippling with smiles. In the dark night, the distant mountains and nearby trees, the forest mounds, everything was hazy as if covered by a layer of black veil. At the top of the mountain stream's cliff, Du Xiaofu quietly stood. The hazy moonlight illuminated his tall and slender figure. His purple robe slightly fluttered, and the hair on his temples gently swayed. "What are you thinking about?" In the small pagoda, Zhan Qingquan's illusory figure floated out and quietly stood beside Du Xiaofu. She also slightly raised her head and looked at the moonlight in the sky. "Thinking about my father and my mother and sister whom I have never met?" Du Xiaofu softly said. "Your drunkard father's strength and innate talent are very strong." Zhan Qingquan looked at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes slightly moved and said, "But I have never heard of your mother and sister. I thought you only had your father and sister to rely on." Chapter 405. Ever since I was born, an extremely powerful force forcefully separated our family. The other party is too powerful. I have to work hard in my cultivation and strive to become a true expert as soon as possible. At that time, I will find my mother and sister and make those who bullied our family pay the price." As Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. A faint chill flashed through his clear eyes. Zhan Qingchun looked at Du Xiaofu and patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder lightly. "When I recover to my peak state, I'll go with you. After all, I'm your big brother." Du Xiaofu turned to the side and looked at Zhan Qingchun's wretched, illusory figure. He didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. The next morning, when the earth had just awoken from the morning sun, in the solemn Tianwu Academy, the branches of an ancient tree wriggled slightly. Dozens of figures had already gathered outside the Tianwu talisman region. What a freak! He was so heavily injured, but recovered faster than us. On the square, after seeing Du Xiaofu, the general, Ghost Child Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others all glared at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He saw Qi Yeshi, who was with Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and Yi Feiyu. However, he discovered that Qi Yeshi didn't even look at him. "All right, since everyone is here, let's enter the Tianwu Talisman Realm. In this half a year, the Tianwu Talisman Realm has 10 times the time. After you enter, you can only come out after half a year. This half a year is equivalent to 5 years inside the Heaven Martial Talisman Realm. Within these 5 years, except for the ranking list, the record list, and the spirit realm, everything else will be normal. You can enter the Enlightenment Realm and the Battle Realm to cultivate and comprehend as usual." "Murong," she said to Du Xiaofu, the general, Gu Xinyan, Qi Yeshi, and the others. "Understood." The 10 people nodded, and their gazes were filled with anticipation. With 10 times the time difference, the benefits of entering the Heavenly Martial Talisman could be imagined. The Heavenly Martial Talisman realm was affected, and within this half a year he could no longer use his points card to enter. After a short moment, Elder Morong Shi, Sun Biwe, and a few other elders made their moves together. Countless talismans filled the sky and opened the Heaven Talisman realm. A hazy spatial door appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Outside the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, the 10 people who were already prepared immediately leaped into it. Walala! Ripples of light spread out from the edge of the hazy space door, and an ancient and boundless aura spread out. The 10 people immediately entered it. In a short span of 1 or 2 breaths, they crossed that hazy space. The floating light was misty, as if they had passed through the void, and the 10 of them appeared in the familiar small hall of the Heavenly Martial Symbol Realm. The 10 of them looked at each other and entered the comprehension realm that was filled with an ancient and boundless aura at the same time. After stepping into the comprehension realm, Du Xiaofu saw an invisible long corridor in front of him. The surrounding space was emitting multicolored light, like the blooming of a comet. It was so dazzling that it seemed as if the sky was covered in divine radiance. Du Xiaofu was already quite familiar with this place. He looked at the spatial ripples that flickered with talismans and entered the spatial ripples that revealed the illusory figures of demonic beasts. 5 years was only half a year in the outside world. Du Xiaofu was filled with anticipation. He had to become an expert as soon as possible. After the 10 of them entered the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm, the Tianwu Academy returned to normal. Students were unable to enter the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm for half a year, but there were many places in the Tianwu Academy where students could cultivate. After witnessing the battles at the pinnacle of the Tianwu competition, many students took the initiative to immerse themselves in their cultivation. They hoped that they would be able to enter the martial ranking one day, just like Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, and the general. Their radiance would resound throughout the empire. With the end of the Tianwu competition, Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others had truly become famous in the empire. After experiencing the benefits of entering the Heavenly Martial Talisman realm for half a year, their future achievements would be limitless. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, it was said that something had happened in the Tianwu Academy. Many spiritual herbs had mysteriously disappeared from the herb fields under the seal. Even though they were lost every time, there were still quite a number of them. The elder of the medicinal garden had investigated all the disciples in the herb fields, but was unable to find the culprit. This caused quite a commotion in the academy, but the spiritual herbs in the herb fields were still missing. In the end, the elder had no choice but to personally guard the herb fields. Only then did the situation improve, and the herb fields returned to normal. Within the heavenly martial talisman realm, a certain space flickered with light. It was illusory and blurry, and its aura was ancient and boundless. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged within it. Faint golden light flickered around his body as his hand seals changed. Mysterious runes flickered and arranged themselves behind his back. One moment, they would turn into a dazzling ball of light, and the next moment, they would turn into the image of a ferocious beast. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the profoundness of the talisman. He entered a state of selflessness, like a fish diving into the sea. In the night sky, the moonlight was like a faint orange liquid. The towering peaks, cliffs, forests, and mountains were all immersed in the moonlight. The swaying treetops and the night clouds were like cotton. Everything was like a splashing painting in the night sky. Many exquisite ancient buildings were hidden within the splashing painting. The space was boundless, as if it had existed since time immemorial. This place had existed for countless years. A lone peak stood under the moonlight, and a beautiful figure stood there. Her azure dress fluttered in the wind. She was around 16 or 17 years old, and her ink-black hair was black like ink in the night sky. The moonlight reflected a slightly translucent color, and the exquisite outline of her face revealed an extraordinary appearance. "Big brother, I don't have much time left. I'll definitely think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. At that time, I'll go look for you and father." On the young girl's extraordinary face, her ethereal eyes flickered like stars as she gazed at the night sky and muttered in a low voice. After a long time, the young girl leaped down the peak and left. The night sky was dazzling, and her azure dress fluttered in the wind. The moonlight illuminated her beautiful figure like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. Her ink-black hair flowed behind her head, and her bearing was extraordinary like an immortal. Her imposing aura was extraordinary and proud. The dark forest was chaotic as always, but recently many bustling matters had occurred in the dark forest. Amongst them, the most bustling matter had undoubtedly come from chaotic Demon City. In Chaos Demon City, there was a force called the World Society that rose to prominence with the momentum of sweeping through everything. In a short period of time, the mysterious World Society had gained a foothold in chaotic Demon City. It wasn't that the factions in chaotic Demon City weren't convinced and joined forces to suppress them. However, the suppression had just begun, and they hadn't even gotten close to the World Society's territory. In the end, a 6-star talisman master and a martial king expert from the World Society appeared. With a sweeping manner, they uprooted all the factions in chaotic Demon City that had joined forces and destroyed them easily. Someone recognized the 6-star talisman master and martial king expert from the World Society. One of them was the medicine king Yi Wuming, who had disappeared for decades. The other was the Eagle King Gong Dao, who had also disappeared for a long time. The medicine king Yi Wuming's reputation spread far and wide. The Eagle King Gong Dao was infamous. When the news of these two people appearing in the World Society spread, it instantly caused the dark forest to be in an uproar. Countless factions paid attention and guessed the origin of the World Society. Unfortunately, the origin of the World Society was a mystery. No one even knew who the president of the World Society was. With the reputation of the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Dao, there was an endless stream of people coming to join the World Society. For a time, the chaotic Demon City was very lively. The influence of the Medicine King Yi Wuming was even more terrifying. It could be said that the World Society was rapidly rising in chaotic Demon City. In an extremely short period of time, it had already occupied the dominant position in chaotic Demon City. The world society's rise in chaotic Demon City was naturally the four major factions in the Dark Forest: the Black Fiend Sect, the Twin Hatred Sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Mu Clan Fort. However, with the Medicine King Yi Wuming and the Eagle King Gong Dao, the Black Fiend Sect, the Twin Hatred Sect, the 10,000 Clouds Pavilion, and the Mu Clan Fort, the four major factions didn't dare to act rashly. Moreover, the world society was only active in chaotic Demon City now. The four major factions couldn't suppress it and could only watch. However, there was no doubt that the Black Fiend Sect and the other three major factions had always been vigilant against the rising world society. If necessary, they would definitely have the tendency to join forces. Time passed by. Unknowingly, 5 months had already passed. 5 months. It's been 4 years in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. I wonder how strong Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, and the General are now. With their talent and the benefits of seclusion in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm, you can imagine the effects. I'm afraid their strength must have increased tremendously by now. If only we could get such benefits too. In Tianwu Academy, the students couldn't help but mention Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, the General, and the others in their discussions. After such a long time had passed, the strength of those tyrannical and terrifying fellows must have reached an even more terrifying level. The elders don't seem to be showing up much recently. I can only see if they have gone out. Maybe the elders have also gone into seclusion recently. I heard that Vice Principal Zhuge has been refining weapons for a long time. Now that it's the most crucial moment, many elders are guarding the Weapon Institute. That's why they haven't shown up yet. The spiritual weapon that Vice Principal Zhuge is refining must be for Du Xiaofu. I'm so envious. Chapter 406. Within the deep valley of the Artifact Institute, many figures sat cross-legged in the surroundings, their gazes fixed on the artifact forging room. The surrounding air emitted a faint, blazing aura. As time slowly passed, ripples of energy would appear in the air from time to time, before disappearing in the air. Within the artifact forging room, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbong had a huge spiritual cauldron entrenched in front of him. A terrifying aura rippled in the surroundings, and within the spiritual cauldron, a large amount of pure lava could be faintly seen boiling, filled with shockingly pure ripples of energy. Within an illusory and hazy space with an ancient and boundless aura, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged, his entire body wrapped in rings of golden light. Within the golden light, countless mysterious runes flickered, carrying the terrifying aura of the golden-winged Great Peng clan, enough to make all beasts tremble in fear. Numerous mysterious runes flickered, arranging themselves behind Du Xiaofu, evolving and deriving. After a while, they condensed into the figure of a golden-winged Great Peng. A terrifying aura spread, as if it was alive, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. A domineering and intimidating pressure swept out, shocking to the extreme and suppressing the world. After a while, the mysterious runes dissipated once again, evolving, arranging themselves, deriving as the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Peng circulated. Du Xiaofu also entered a wondrous state. It was as if he had completely transformed into a golden-winged Great Peng in human form, cleansing himself of all impurities. Everything was transforming. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu was immersed in it, forgetting about time as he comprehended everything. Golden light rippled around him, and Du Xiaofu's aura gradually soared invisibly. The figure of the golden-winged Great Peng, condensed from the mysterious runes behind him, changed unpredictably. Every time the figure of the golden-winged Great Peng condensed, it would flap its wings and soar into the sky, looking down on all living things. Afterwards, it would turn into a mysterious rune once again, repeating the cycle. Du Xiaofu didn't know how long he had been in the Heavenly Martial Seal realm. He only knew that he had been in there for a long time. In this long time, he had comprehended all kinds of things, but it didn't seem long. He didn't feel much about the passage of time. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu was immersed in the comprehension of all kinds of beast abilities, as well as the comprehension of the pulse spirit and the mysterious move. In addition, he had a detailed understanding of the secret weapon art and saint body art that his master, the venerable weapon, had left behind. It could be said that it hadn't been long since Du Xiaofu officially started cultivating. However, at this moment, the time he spent comprehending in the heavenly martial talisman was much longer than the time he spent cultivating. With this kind of understanding, Du Xiaofu not only improved his beast energy, pulse spirit, and mysterious move, but also the holy body technique and secret weapon technique. He also had a more thorough understanding of the golden-winged rock's beast energy. Only Du Xiaofu knew how great this kind of improvement was. In these 5 years, besides comprehending, Du Xiaofu had also been cultivating. In fact, Du Xiaofu was cultivating the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. His cultivation speed was much slower than the cultivation method of the human clan. After all, the cultivation method of the human clan was naturally the most suitable for the human clan to cultivate. Although the strength of the beast clan was at the same level and under normal conditions, they were stronger than the human clan's cultivators of the same level. However, in terms of cultivation speed, the monstrous beast's overall speed was slower than the cultivators and spirit talisman masters. It could be seen from some monstrous beasts that had cultivated for hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years with great talent, might only be in the pulsation realm and the pulse spirit realm. However, for cultivators, if they hadn't reached the pulse spirit realm before the age of 50, their talent could only be considered average. However, in terms of strength, the difference between the cultivators of the human clan and the monstrous beasts of the same level was that the cultivators of the human clan could also use talisman weapons, spirit weapons, and other external forces to contend against the monstrous beasts. Du Xiaofu cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock clan. This cultivation method was considered top-notch among the monstrous beasts. However, in terms of cultivation speed, Du Xiaofu was a human after all. His cultivation speed wouldn't be too fast. There were disadvantages and advantages. Du Xiaofu's normal cultivation speed wasn't fast. However, Du Xiaofu had many elixirs on him. When cultivating the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method, he could directly consume elixirs to increase his cultivation strength. That kind of cultivation speed was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare with. While Du Xiaofu was comprehending, he didn't forget to stuff a few elixirs into his mouth from time to time. Under the refinement of the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method, the medicinal energy within the elixirs turned into profound qi that flowed through his meridians and finally surged into the spirit watchtower. As time slowly passed, Du Xiaofu didn't enter the heavenly martial talisman realm for long. It was estimated that it should be about half a year before he broke through to the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. Recently, Du Xiaofu seemed to have faintly touched the invisible bottleneck of the nirvana realm of the pulse spirit realm that did not exist. During this time, Du Xiaofu's progress as a spirit talisman master was also astonishing. In the vast space, time gradually passed. Du Xiaofu comprehended the golden-winged rock's beast energy and secret techniques, and his body underwent the most powerful transformation. In the space, waves of energy rippled around Du Xiaofu's body, revolving around Du Xiaofu. In the end, they poured into Du Xiaofu's body, causing the surrounding space to rumble. The mysterious runes within the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body constantly flickered. His skin glowed, as if mysterious runes could appear on every inch of his flesh and skin. The light was like a small sun that illuminated the space, as if there were bursts of auspicious clouds blooming, shaking the cave. Rumble! It was unknown how long this aura fluctuation lasted, but finally it gradually showed signs of weakening. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was already surrounded by resplendent golden runes. From afar, it was as if a glorious sun had descended, filled with a heart-palpitating, domineering, and terrifying pressure. The energy fluctuation in the surrounding space became weaker and weaker. In the end, it gradually came to a stop, and finally it slowly dissipated in the space. At the same time, the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's body crackled violently, and once again condensed into the illusory figure of a golden-winged roc behind him. Screech! The illusory figure of the golden-winged roc roared, as if thunder was rumbling. The mysterious runes spat out, and its might was domineering and incomparably ferocious. Bang! At the same time, a faint muffled sound came from the spirit watchtower below Du Xiaofu's abdomen. Then a majestic Xian qi suddenly gathered in the spirit watchtower, and the aura swept out like a vast ocean. A terrifying and domineering aura spread out invisibly, domineering and ferocious, as if it could suppress everything. Walala! After a long time, all of this gradually calmed down. The illusory figure of the golden-winged roc that was condensed from the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's back once again turned into a mysterious rune that fell into his body, causing a sonorous sound to ring out from Du Xiaofu's body, and his entire body was suffused with a domineering golden light. Everything until the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body slowly disappeared, as if it had fused into his body, and there were no traces to be found. Chi. When everything finally calmed down, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes moved slightly, and then he opened his eyes. At this moment, a golden light that seemed to have materialized spread out from his eyes, as if there was a golden-winged roc that was about to spread its wings and fly out from each of his eyes. Huff! At the same time that the golden light spread out from his eyes, a mouthful of turbid air was also spat out from Du Xiaofu's mouth along his throat. His golden eyes gradually converged and once again became clear. The nirvana realm of the pulse spirit. Feeling the changes in his body, he slowly clenched his fist. The pleasure that came from the power that had increased exponentially made Du Xiaofu's face unable to help but curve into a smile. The nirvana realm of the pulse spirit, in addition to the various comprehensions in the heavenly martial talisman realm during this period of time, as well as the progress he had made as a spiritual talisman master, the light in Du Xiaofu's eyes fluctuated, and he really had the impulse to fight against an expert head-on. Du Xiaofu really wanted to know what level his true strength had reached at this moment. At the very least, he should be able to fight and defeat a nirvana realm cultivator in the martial lord realm head-on. Unless he met someone with talent like Qi Shi, then he could only be an exception. Should I go to the battlefield to verify it? Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. The bones in his body crackled. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu looked around. In the space where the runes were flickering, an extremely violent energy fluctuation was suddenly emitted, and a huge impact force was spreading out, outside the heavenly martial talisman realm. On the spacious square, several academy elders led by Morong, Shi, Elder Shangguan, and the others stood. Their gazes were all looking at the space inside the heavenly martial talisman realm that had already been sealed. It's already half a year today. In the heavenly martial talisman realm, those 10 fellows have also been in closed-door training for a full 10 years, Elder Shangguan said softly, his eyes filled with inexplicable nervousness. It's been half a year. They have also been in closed-door training for 5 years. I wonder what level their strength has broken through to. Morong, she looked at the heavenly martial talisman realm and was also rather nervous. I'm afraid that the strength of some fellows is something that even we can't do anything to now, a blue-robed elder said softly, his eyes filled with emotion. Today's update is complete. Chapter 407. I wonder who will improve the most this time. Will it affect the ranking on the martial ranking again? That's hard to say. Whose progress is greater will depend on their own luck. Before the voice of an elder had finished speaking, a spatial ripple suddenly appeared within the sealed and solidified space of the heaven martial talisman stage. A couple of figures flashed out from within. It's the general, Ghost Child, Yi Feiyu, and Guo Xiaofeng. Their auras seemed to have become quite a bit stronger. The ones who appeared first were the general and the other 3. When they landed in the eyes of the elders, they secretly used their mental energy to probe. It was not difficult to sense that the auras of these 4 people had become quite a bit stronger in the 5 years they had been in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. Swoosh, swoosh! Following the general, Ghost Child, Yi Feiyu and Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, Gu Xinyan, Tang Wu, and Wu Kei also appeared one after another. Their figures landed in the eyes of the elders. Similarly, they could sense that their auras were not ordinary. Their improvements were definitely not small. Swoosh! Immediately after, a pale green and graceful figure leaped out. Chi! She appeared in front of everyone's eyes, causing the elders to closely observe her. However, the aura on Chi-Yishi's body made it difficult for the elders to see through her. Thinking of how terrifying Chi-Yishi was, they could only secretly sigh. It was likely that this little girl's cultivation had reached an abnormally terrifying level in the past half a year in the Heaven Martial Talisman stage. Chi! Space rippled once again. Soon after, a purple-robed figure flashed out in front of many pairs of eyes. He carried a broadsword with a purple-colored cloth wrapped around it on his back. On his extremely mysterious and resolute face, a clear pair of eyes were curiously looking all around him. When he saw the general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, and the others, the expression on the purple-robed figure's face returned to normal. A faint smile surfaced on his face. When the time was up, the 10 of them exited the Heaven Martial Seal realm. They looked at each other and intentionally sensed the auras on their bodies. There was a slight smile in their eyes, as if they were extremely satisfied with their own progress. They even had the impulse to fight with each other. However, when Chi-Yeshi's gaze accidentally fell on Du Xiaofu, she rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and turned away. Feeling Chi-Yeshi's gaze, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had thoroughly offended that terrifying girl during the Tianwu Martial Assembly. Looks like they've all improved tremendously. Du Xiaofu's mental energy curiously probed the auras on the general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, and the others. He was slightly surprised. From their auras, it seemed that everyone had made extraordinary progress within the Heaven Martial Seal realm, as expected of the benefits that countless people wanted to obtain. 5 years of training within the special Heavenly Martial Seal realm. It could be said that in the outside world, it would be difficult to achieve such results within 10 or even 15 years. However, in this period of time, he had already achieved such results within half a year of entering the Heavenly Martial Seal realm. Just how astonishing was this benefit? This was undoubtedly equivalent to 2 cultivators who were originally famous for their cultivation. If one of them suddenly fought with the same cultivation as 5 years later, or even 10 or 15 years later, the victor would immediately be decided. If the 2 of them still had the same cultivation resources in the future, the other person would never be able to catch up. The gap between them would only grow wider and wider. Du Xiaofu, why don't you try a move? Suddenly, the general's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. His imposing figure stood straight, and his aura suddenly filled the sky. On his statue-like face, battle intent gushed out from his eyes. Hearing the general's shout, Du Xiaofu immediately turned his head to look at the general. Seeing the battle intent that was beginning to spread in the general's eyes, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He raised his eyebrows, and within his clear eyes, a slightly hot aura surged. He said, "Come. All right, then let's do it." As the general's voice fell, the battle intent in his eyes suddenly rose to the peak. He stomped his feet on the ground, and in a short instant his body directly soared into the sky. While he was in the air, he formed a hand seal and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. An aura that could suppress mountains and rivers erupted. Profound chi surged, and in an instant a palm print condensed in his palm. Boom! The palm print spread and was immediately enveloped by a resplendent light. Vast and mighty rune energy swept out like a surging mountain torrent, causing the space to emit rumbling and trembling sounds. In an instant, it rushed in front of Du Xiaofu. Seeing the dazzling rune palm print that could suppress the sky and suppress everything, a faint golden light flickered and surged out from within Du Xiaofu's clear eyes. A tyrannical and frightening aura also erupted like a suppressed volcano. With a wave of his hand, the mysterious golden runes on his palm surged, layer after layer, like the wings of a golden-winged rock flapping. It violently collided with the palm print that was coming towards him. Boom! When the two collided, their auras were like meteorites colliding fiercely. The runes and talismans scattered from each other, like fireworks blooming in the sky. However, they contained a power that was enough to destroy everything and swept out like a storm. After reaching a certain point, they silently disappeared. Crack, crack! Starting from the area around the feet of the two, many cracks started to spread and collapse, causing the ground of the entire plaza to tremble violently. So powerful! As the general and Du Xiaofu instantly collided. It was so fast that even the elders of the academy could not react in time. On the other hand, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Gue Hua, and the others had already retreated to the side when they saw that the situation was not good. They did not want to be swept in. However, at this moment, when they felt the aura that spread from Du Xiaofu and the general, their eyes were filled with shock. Dang dang! When all the energy dissipated, the general and Du Xiaofu's figures trembled slightly and took 3 steps back. When they stabilized their bodies with the last step, their feet violently stomped on the ground. Under their feet, the ground of the plaza faintly cracked. Their eyes met, and both of them were filled with astonishment and shock. Then, fighting spirit boiled in their eyes and began to surge wildly in an instant. Stop! The two of you stop right now. Murong, she shouted. After the last word, his figure flashed like lightning and appeared between the two like a ghost. He glared at the two of them, his eyes filled with shock. Then he rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "Do you two want to destroy this plaza? If you want to fight, go to the Peace Plaza. This is not the place to fight." "Yes, Elder." As Murong she blocked them, the rising fighting spirit in the eyes of the general and Du Xiaofu disappeared. They nodded slightly and looked at each other with a smile. The aura around them was immediately withdrawn into their bodies. "Let's meet at the Peace Plaza if we have the chance." The general looked at Du Xiaofu. There was a smile in his eyes on his angular face. He had always wanted to fight with Du Xiaofu. "Okay, let's meet at the Peace Plaza if we have the chance." Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. His purple robe fluttered, and the faint golden light in his eyes gradually withdrew from his resolute and determined face. "Okay, you can all disperse." Murong, she waved his hand to indicate for the surrounding people to disperse. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Come with me. I have something important to talk to you about." After he spoke, Murong Shi, Sun Biue, and the other elders also flashed away. With a flash, they were in the air in the distance. Du Xiaofu was slightly stunned. The profound qi under his feet surged, and he followed closely. "Quickly follow me to the Weapon Institute. Vice Principal Zhuge wants you to go to the weapon refining room immediately after you leave the Heaven Martial Seal realm." Along the way, Murong she said to Du Xiaofu, who followed closely, "Elder Murong, why does Vice Principal Zhuge want me to go to the weapon refining room?" Du Xiaofu asked. He remembered that Vice Dean Zhuge had once said that he should be able to refine the weapon by the time he came out of the Heavenly Martial Seal layer. Could it be that some unforeseen event had occurred? Thinking up to here, Du Xiaofu was instantly shocked, and his heart became inexplicably nervous. "Vice Principal Zhuge is refining a weapon. I don't know why he wants you to go over. You'll naturally know when you get there." Murong, she said, looking at Du Xiaofu's footsteps that followed closely. A slight expression flashed through his eyes. The aura around his body fluctuated as he said, "The faster we get there, the better. Follow me." After he finished speaking, the profound qi under Murong Shi's feet fluctuated. He increased his speed and flashed out. His figure was like a rainbow that flashed away. Profound qi gushed out from Du Xiaofu's feet as he followed closely. He used the rippling free step, and his figure was like a god. He was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. Mu Rongxi and the other elders understood. They wanted to see if Du Xiaofu could really catch up to them. Therefore, they didn't hold back much. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was still able to follow closely, they silently increased their speed. In the end, they were all moving at full speed, and they didn't hold back at all. Whoosh, whoosh! The sound of wind breaking resounded. Du Xiaofu moved at full speed and followed closely. No matter how fast Mu Rongxi, Sun Biuet, and the other elders were, Du Xiaofu was able to follow closely without falling behind at all. This caused many elders' eyes to ripple violently. At full speed, with the speed of the elders, they arrived at the valley courtyard where Zhuge Qiangbang was in a moment. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the valley courtyard, he also secretly moved his eyes. He saw many familiar elders sitting cross-legged in the distance. It was obvious that they were protecting Vice Principal Zhuge at the same time. Chapter 408. This scene caused Du Xiaofu to be rather shocked. Could it be that there was someone who could come to Tianwu Academy and disturb Vice Principal Zhuge while he was refining weapons? Following Mu Rongxi's instructions, Du Xiaofu also entered the courtyard and headed towards the weapon forging room. This fellow, how is his speed so fast? Could it be that his strength has increased explosively within the Tianwu Seal realm? Seeing Du Xiaofu enter the courtyard, the few elders led by Mu Rongxi revealed unconcealed shock in their eyes. Within the weapon forging room, a blazing aura spread out and boundless energy rippled. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the weapon forging room, an extremely blazing and boundless aura assaulted his face, causing Du Xiaofu to be unable to move even an inch forward. Under the effect of the blazing and boundless aura, the circulation of the profound energy in his body almost came to a standstill, following which the profound energy within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower surged. Under the effect of the aura of the golden-winged great rock, he was able to completely resist the aura, following which, in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes, a spiritual stove symbol cauldron floated within the weapon forging room, and a boundless aura of runes erupted within the spiritual stove symbol cauldron. Runes were circulating and flames were soaring. The flames were like an eruption of a volcano. The blazing temperature was enough to make ordinary martial marquis cultivators unable to approach it. It was enough to directly melt the bodies of ordinary martial marquis cultivators under the high temperature. At this moment, within the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, Du Xiaofu could faintly see the embryonic form of a long sword. However, as the runes were flowing, he was unable to see it in detail. However, the aura released from the spreading runes still caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble. You're here? Get ready. You will complete the part of the secret weapon formula. You will personally participate in the refinement. In the future, when the weapon is in your hands, you will be able to fuse with it even more, truly becoming one. Zhuge Qiangbang sensed Du Xiaofu's arrival, but his eyes didn't shift in the slightest. His gaze was fixed on the inside of the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. After saying that, he took a deep breath, and the look on his savage face became serious. He calmed himself down, and immediately a wave of energy swept out from the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron, wrapping around the embryonic longsword. Let me set up the secret weapon art. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Before he could say anything, he saw Zhuge Qiangbang move again. Although Du Xiaofu did not have much experience in refining weapons, he was still someone who had refined spiritual weapons before. Moreover, during the 5 years he spent in the Heaven Martial Talisman Zone, he had carefully studied the secret soldier technique and sacred body technique. His comprehension and understanding of weapon refining had improved a lot. As a result, he immediately discovered that Zhuge Qiangbang was making the final fusion with a single glance. Although this step appeared to be simple, it was also the final step. However, this last step, for a weapon symbol master's control, had reached a rather harsh level. As long as there was even the slightest change during this period of time, it would be able to cause the entire 10 days or even several months of hard work to instantly turn into nothing. As a result, this final step was extremely important. The higher the level of the weapon being refined, the more difficult it would be. Du Xiaofu stared at the inside of the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. It was not difficult for him to see that Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang was currently distributing all his mental force into the cauldron, enveloping every corner of the cauldron. He did not dare to be careless at all and was completely focused. Occasionally, Zhuge Qiangbang's hand seals would change, and his face would become paler and paler. For any powerhouse, such a step and time would be extremely difficult to endure. The blazing aura and boundless fluctuations of energy immediately made Du Xiaofu nervous. He also stared closely at the changes happening inside the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron. During this tense time, several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, the whole surrounding space seemed to be filled with an extremely dense fluctuation of energy. This kind of fluctuation of energy was very peculiar, and its faintly discernible aura made people's souls throb. Under this kind of fluctuation of aura, many academy elders outside the valley seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Their faces all changed greatly, and as they looked at each other in dismay, all of them became nervous and expectant. Voila! Under the nervous and expectant gazes of many academy elders, a black cloud suddenly appeared in the sky above the Artifact Academy that had been filled with a blazing aura for a long time. Under the cover of the black cloud, the light immediately dimmed, and the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated greatly. Faintly, the rumbling of thunder could be heard from within the black cloud. Dark clouds crept over and gradually covered the entire sky. Eventually, they covered the entire sky above Tianwu Academy, almost covering the entire sky above the academy. A bizarre and astonishing aura that caused one's soul to palpitate rippled and spread out in this world. It gathered at an extremely fast speed, becoming denser and denser as it spread out in all directions. It even spread to the entire dark forest, and it was still spreading into the distance. What's going on? Why did the black cloud suddenly gather? Black clouds suddenly covered the sky in the middle of the afternoon, causing the light to dim. Upon seeing this scene, a commotion broke out in Tianwu Academy. The palpitating aura that spread out invisibly caused the hearts of the students to palpitate uneasily. Under everyone's gazes, the black cloud in the sky gradually changed, rippling like waves. In the end, it started to condense into a gigantic ball of black clouds above Tianwu Academy. Boom! As the ball of black clouds gathered, the entire sky trembled inexplicably. An aura silently spread out, striking fear into the hearts of all living beings. The ball of black clouds floated in the sky like a small star. It was an extremely bizarre sight, and one could faintly hear the rumbling of thunder and bizarre black inscriptions spreading out. The aura that caused one's heart to palpitate grew denser and denser. Outside the Tianwu Seal region, on a gigantic rock, a middle-aged man was sleeping. All of a sudden, he seemed to have sensed the changes in the surroundings. He opened his eyes slightly and glanced at the black cloud in the sky with narrowed eyes, after which he closed his eyes and continued sleeping. Not long after, a second patch of dark clouds appeared in the sky. The aura that caused one's heart to palpitate grew even denser and majestic, after which it once again condensed into a second huge jet-black ball of light amidst numerous shocked gazes and an uproar. Boom! The appearance of the second ball of black light caused the sky to tremble violently once more. It overlapped with the first ball of black light, but if one were to take a closer look, they would realize that even though the two balls of black light seemed to overlap, they each had their own orbit in the sky. Hula! Soon after, the third patch of black clouds silently occupied the sky above the Tianwu Academy. It's about to reach 3 stars. This level is even higher than back then. If it's a complete 3 stars, it will be even higher than back then. Looking at the gathering of the third patch of black clouds in the sky, all the Academy elders in the surroundings of the valley trembled. Ripples of shock appeared in their nervous and expectant gazes. In the refining room, Du Xiaofu's heartbeat sped up. At this moment, as Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang completed the final refinement, a shocking fluctuation could be faintly seen in the embryonic form of the long sword within the cauldron. It was as if a single glance would cause one's heart to beat faster. "Fuse!" Zhuge Qiangbang lightly shouted. His hand seals changed once again. In the refining room, the energy of the world suddenly fluctuated crazily. It gathered in the refining talisman like a whirlpool, before finally pouring into the cauldron in front of him that was already emitting boundless energy, fluctuations. In that instant, the entire cauldron trembled as if it had been activated. Dazzling runes blossomed and overflowed into the sky. A faint embryonic form of a long sword appeared. Immediately after, like a spiritual snake coming out of its cave, or like a flying dragon soaring into the sky, it revolved within the cauldron, leaving behind circles of runes. It was as if a long chain was waving in the wind. Walala! Tianwu Academy shook loudly. The third patch of black clouds, which seemed to cover the sky, started to condense once again, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. It's almost done. The third star is about to be formed. It's already not any weaker than the lightning dragon back then. In the surroundings of the valley, the gazes of all the Academy elders trembled. At the same time, the atmosphere in the area started to become tense. All the elders' trembling gazes turned grave, as if they were about to face a great enemy. They didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. "Condense!" With a soft shout, Zhuge Qiangbang's hand seals changed once again. The surging energy within the cauldron rippled, and the dazzling runes once again condensed into a long sword. On the long sword, dazzling talisman markings rippled and swept out. It seemed as if there was a boundless sword aura sweeping out like waves, like a surging waterfall, drowning the entire equipment refinement room within it. It emitted a hazy mist, and its aura was terrifying, causing Du Xiaofu to suddenly feel terrified. Boom! The sky above Tianwu Academy trembled violently once again. The third patch of black clouds floated high up in the sky, resembling a string of 3 stars. At the same time, an extremely shocking energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Chi! At this moment, in the dark forest, several figures seemed to have sensed something. They immediately soared into the sky and looked in the direction of Tianwu Academy. At this moment, in the direction of Tianwu Academy, dark clouds could be faintly seen. An intimidating aura could be felt, causing one's heart to palpitate. Little Yu still has some personal matters to attend to today, and probably won't have time to write in the afternoon and evening. Brothers, I'll write a chapter tomorrow and apologize to everyone. Chapter 409. Crackle! Following the alignment of the 3 stars, lightning flickered on the ball of black light, as if countless silver-white spiritual snakes were shuttling back and forth. The pressure of the lightning made everyone's hair stand on end. 3 stars. It's formed 3 stars. It's already higher than when he refined the lightning dragon. 3 stars of tribulation lightning. It really is 3 stars of tribulation lightning. Vice Principal Zhuge's comprehension of artifact forging has improved quite a bit again. The 3 stars aligned and the pressure spread. All the elders sighed in amazement. In the sky, the wind whistled and the line of sight dimmed. Rumbling sounds echoed faintly. The 3 balls of black light floated in the air. This strange and shocking scene shocked all the students of the academy. In the sky, the vast pressure came from the soul. It was impossible to resist, and it made everyone's hair stand on end. Boom! In the forging room, energy surged. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged from the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Zhuge Qiangbang. surging like an ocean. Inside the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron, the long sword was wrapped in dazzling light. It surged like divine light, releasing terrifying talisman energy with a boom. The light was like strands of auspicious clouds, causing the world to fluctuate. Du Xiaofu, hurry up and arrange the secret weapon art. Your mind and soul are the same as mine. You can't make any mistakes, or all our previous efforts will be wasted. Right at this moment, Zhuge Qiangbang shouted loudly, and the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of him rumbled. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled, and his purple robes fluttered. He had no confidence at all, and was extremely nervous. However, he had no other choice right now, nor did he have any time to think. Hearing that, Du Xiaofu only hesitated for a short moment, and his clear eyes immediately flickered with light. He leapt in front of the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron in front of Zhuge Qiangbang. Hand seals immediately condensed in Du Xiaofu's hands. White light spread out from his body like divine light, and an ancient aura was released. Releasing his aura, Du Xiaofu and Zhuge Qiangbang tried to connect their spiritual furnaces and talisman cauldrons, and their mental force slowly spread out. Bang! Perhaps due to nervousness and pressure, his mental energy fluctuated greatly, and as soon as it came in contact with the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, it immediately caused the cauldron to tremble, and a tremendous force bounced back, causing him to feel a stabbing pain in his head, and his aura suddenly became chaotic. Brat, don't panic. Take it slow and calm down. Let go of everything and merge with me. The two of us will become one and set up the secret weapon art. Zhuge Qiangbang's voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. Who? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath, stabilizing his chaotic aura and mental force, and tried again. His whole body flickered with white radiance, and his mental force spread out, continuing to fuse with the Vice Principal's spiritual stove and talisman cauldron. This time, Du Xiaofu was extremely cautious, letting go of everything and immediately entering a state of mind. His mental energy wrapped around the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron, and after a short delay, he felt an enormous mental energy crushing down on his own mental energy, causing his mind's brain to shake violently, as if a muffled clap of thunder. Bang! In the next instant, Du Xiaofu recovered, and his mental force spread out, merging with the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron. Under the probing of his mental force, he could see every nook and cranny of the cauldron, completely fusing with the cauldron. Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. Under these circumstances, the first step was already a success, fusing with Vice Principal Zhuge's mental force, connecting with the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron. Under these circumstances, if Du Xiaofu wanted to harm Vice Principal Zhuge, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. From this, it could be seen how much trust Vice Principal Zhuge had in Du Xiaofu. No talisman master would dare to fuse with someone else's mental force under these circumstances, let alone at such an important moment. Under the probing of his mental force, everything inside the spiritual furnace and symbol cauldron appeared clearly in Du Xiaofu's eyes. At this time, in the center of the cauldron, a long sword glinted with light, wrapped in mysterious patterns and emitted an astonishing aura, connecting with the energy of the world. Kid, hurry up and arrange the secret weapon art. Zhuge Qiangbang's voice directly appeared in Du Xiaofu's mental force. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have fused together. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu condensed a series of hand seals in his hands, and in the end, golden mysterious patterns began to appear. The golden mysterious patterns arranged themselves and condensed, instantly condensing into the phantom of a golden-winged great pung. Its aura swept out like a vast ocean, flickering with golden light. Gee! The phantom of the great pung roared as if thunder was rumbling. Mysterious patterns spurted out, tyrannical and incomparably fierce, its might shocking the heavens. On the phantom of the great pung, There seemed to be an aura that could suppress everything, sweeping out. Golden-winged, great Peng. Zhuge Qiangbang was shocked, as if he didn't expect Du Xiaofu to be proficient in the secret techniques of the golden-winged great Peng. From the might of the golden-winged great Peng's beast energy, his comprehension had definitely reached an extremely high level. The golden-winged great Peng's phantom roared before turning into a talisman pattern that rushed into the spiritual furnace's talisman cauldron. The roars of the Peng resounded, immediately colliding with the runes on the sword. Rumble! The spiritual cauldron rumbled. Under such an impact, even Zhuge Qiangbang's mind trembled violently, almost unable to control himself. Whoosh! The two of them constantly condensed hand seals in their hands, stabilizing their minds. Du Xiaofu controlled the mysterious patterns of the golden-winged great Peng to fuse with the sword, while Zhuge Qiangbang controlled the sword to fuse with the mysterious patterns of the golden-winged great Peng. The two of them complemented each other, carving the mysterious patterns of the golden-winged great Peng onto the sword. However, this process was extremely difficult and complicated. Every single talisman rune was not something that could be easily inscribed on the sword. Rumble! The spiritual cauldron trembled, and a large expanse of dazzling, mysterious patterns rushed out. Faintly, the Peng flapped its wings and roared endlessly. Hula! In the sky above Tianwu Academy, under everyone's astonished gazes, 3 balls of black lightning coiled like 3 pearls. Not long after, the 4th black cloud silently coiled in the sky above Tianwu Academy once again. Heavens, is the 4th star about to begin? Could there really be a 4th star? Looking at the 4th black cloud gathering in the sky, all the Academy elders in the surroundings of the valley trembled. Their nervous and expectant gazes were filled with shock. Suppress, fuse! Inside the crafting room, Vice Principal Zhuge and Du Xiaofu condensed strange hand seals at the same time, which all fell into the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. The mysterious patterns of the golden-winged rock were gradually suppressed, and all of them poured into the sword body. Ka! The runes within the spiritual cauldron surged, and a terrifying runic energy erupted from the sword, almost bursting the spiritual cauldron. Pucci! Suddenly, under the huge impact, Vice Principal Zhuge spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body's aura shook violently, and Du Xiaofu was also affected. His mind trembled violently, and he felt dizzy and intense pain. Suppress! You must suppress! You are about to succeed! Zhuge Qiangbang shouted loudly, pouring all the energy in his body into the spiritual cauldron, starting to suppress it with all his strength. On Zhuge Qiangbang's aged face, the stubble at the corner of his mouth was stained with blood that was beginning to congeal. At the final step, a power weapon was about to succeed. No mistakes could be allowed. Du Xiaofu's mind was focused, and his mental energy wrapped around the spiritual cauldron, assisting Vice Principal Zhuge in suppressing the spiritual cauldron, completing the final step of the fusion. Bang! In the sky, a large amount of energy of the world surged, pouring into the spiritual cauldron, causing it to shake more and more violently. Inside the spiritual cauldron, on the long sword, the mysterious patterns of the golden-winged great Peng and the runes on the sword were still clashing, unable to complete the final step of the fusion. Crack, crack! The spiritual cauldron trembled, and under the full suppression, Zhuge Qiangbang was unable to suppress it any longer. With a rumbling sound, it started to crack. Pucci! Under the huge rebound, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Bang, bang! Right at this time, the spiritual cauldron was finally unable to be suppressed any longer. It completely cracked, turning into countless dazzling mysterious runes, loudly exploding. Rumble! Terrifying energy rushed out, as if it was about to destroy everything. How terrifying was that explosion! Immediately, the whole valley shook violently, and the refining room exploded, as well as the whole courtyard. Inside the valley, it was as if countless bombs had been detonated, and a destructive force soared to the sky, causing several huge mountains in the surroundings to shake and collapse. In the dusky Tianwu Academy, gales whistled, black clouds converged, and balls of lightning coiled around. Faintly, muffled sounds of thunder resounded in this world. All the students were shocked. No one knew what was going on in this terrifying scene. It was as if they were about to be destroyed and their blood ran cold. Rumble. Suddenly, the world shook violently, and in the direction of the Artifact Institute, countless bombs exploded, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt and their minds to become dizzy. Many gazes immediately focused on the direction of the Artifact Institute, where a destructive energy was spreading, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to shake. In the sky, the fourth black cloud dissipated, and the 3 balls of black lightning also dissipated. The terrifying aura gradually disappeared without a sound, and the world regained its brightness. In the valley, everything was destroyed. Dust filled the sky, and energy spread in all directions along with the runes. Several mountains in the surroundings collapsed, and a large area of fissures extended into the distance. Under the terrifying power, many elders retreated one after another. Poochie, dust flew, and in the midst of the crumbling mountains and fissures, a figure shot out before fiercely falling to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted from his mouth, and his complexion was deathly pale. It was Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang. Refinement failed. Chapter 410. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. One figure after another appeared in front of Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang, helping him up. Murong Shi, Sun Biue, Elder He-Hu, and the others looked at the flattened valley. They didn't need to look to know that the artifact forging this time had failed, for stars of tribulation lightning was about to successfully condense. When that happened, it would probably be enough to shock everyone. However, at the final moment, all of their efforts had gone to waste. Tribulation lightning was an existence that was enough to make alchemy and talisman masters shudder in fear. When an extremely powerful item that shouldn't exist in this world appeared, it would cause an excessively strong fluctuation in the energy of the world. It would be punished by the world, triggering tribulation lightning. If it couldn't withstand the tribulation lightning, the item would be destroyed and the refiner would be heavily injured. In the worst case, the artifact would be destroyed and the refiner would be killed, destroyed within the world. However, the appearance of tribulation lightning wasn't completely without benefits. If it could withstand the tribulation lightning, the item refined would definitely become even more powerful and powerful after being baptized by lightning. For a talisman master, tribulation lightning could only be triggered if they could refine at least a Dao artifact level item. A Dao artifact in itself already had the power to move mountains and overturn seas. If it was refined by an expert for their own use, it would be enough to shake mountains and rivers, capable of collapsing mountains and splitting the earth. It could destroy everything with a raise of the hand. This kind of power was too strong and restricted by the lock of heaven and earth. As a result, the birth of a Dao artifact was bound to be obstructed. Tribulation lightning was counted by stars. The balls of dark lightning were like falling stars. The more dark lightning balls there were, the stronger the tribulation lightning would be, proving that the refiner's item would be even more powerful. For a talisman master, the appearance of a 1-star tribulation lightning was most likely an initial rank Dao artifact. For a 2-star tribulation lightning, it was a mid-rank Dao artifact, and so on and so forth. All of the elders looked at the destroyed valley, at the ground covered in dust. Their gazes were filled with regret and heartache. The 3 dark lightning balls and the 4th dark cloud in the air had all disappeared. There was no need to ask Vice Principal Zhuge Changbang. Everyone knew in their hearts that the artifact forging had failed. It failed. It's all my fault. It's impossible for two people to succeed at this level of difficulty, Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang murmured softly. His gaze was lifeless, his face pale, and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Where's Du Xiaofu? Elder Morong, she asked softly. There were no traces of Du Xiaofu in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu was clearly with Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Elder Liao's complexion also turned solemn as he looked around, but he couldn't find Du Xiaofu's figure in the midst of a cloud of dust. Many elders immediately looked around to search for Du Xiaofu. On the messy ground, there were piles of rubble, and the surrounding mountain walls were filled with cracks. There were no traces of Du Xiaofu at all. Boom! While everyone's gazes were searching, a low and deep trembling sound suddenly spread. Before the many elders had the time to shift their gazes away, they sensed waves after waves of majestic energy, ripples spreading over from high up in the sky. The cloud of dust gradually dispersed, and in the sky, multicolored runes started to flicker. Immediately, in front of everyone's attentive gazes, a spiritual stove and symbol cauldron appeared in the air. Above the spiritual stove and symbol cauldron, white, green, black, red, and yellow talismans were enshrouded in an inexhaustible radiance. Boom! Accompanied by a blazing aura, a terrifying aura engulfed the surroundings like a storm. Inside the spiritual stove rune cauldron, the image of a long sword gradually appeared. The mysterious runes on the sword flickered, just like flames jumping about. The mysterious runes were boundless and indescribably mysterious. Walala! An immense pressure descended, causing the blood in the elders' bodies to freeze, and their whole bodies shivered. Behind the spiritual stove rune cauldron, Du Xiaofu's figure stood in the air. His whole body was covered in dazzling white radiance, and his aura was ancient. It was as if a white divine radiance was enveloping him. In front of him, the spiritual stove rune cauldron was floating, and its aura was surging. It's Du Xiaofu. Some of the elders immediately saw Du Xiaofu. At that moment, his extraordinary and arrogant purple robes made him seem like a descending son of God. This caused the hearts of many of the elders to tremble. They were also puzzled in their hearts. It was clearly Vice Headmaster Zhuge who was refining the weapon. Why was it Du Xiaofu now? On the pale face of Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang, his lifeless eyes looked towards the sky, and his expression immediately trembled with astonishment. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stood in the sky above the Artifact Institute. With the spiritual stove rune cauldron in the sky, a boundless aura gradually started to fluctuate, allowing the majority of Tianwu Academy to see him clearly. That seems to be Du Xiaofu. That's Du Xiaofu. What is he doing? Could it be that everything that happened just now was caused by him? The Academy elders raised their heads in shock. Some people recognized that the person in the sky was Du Xiaofu from afar, and their eyes trembled with shock. High in the sky, Du Xiaofu's expression was grave. His hands formed seals, and the long sword in the spiritual stove rune cauldron in front of him released an enormous energy that caused people's hearts to tremble. As this enormous energy spread down, for black clouds that covered the sky instantly condensed behind Du Xiaofu's back. At this moment, the world became dark once again, and 3 of the black clouds instantly transformed into 3 balls of black lightning. Once again, the 3 balls of lightning were linked together, and countless silver snakes of lightning flickered. The 4th black cloud condensed into a ball of lightning, but it was extremely slow, as if it had the will but lacked the strength to do so. Just now, in the refining room, in the instant Vice Principal, Du Xiaofu's spiritual stove rune cauldron exploded. The mental energy of the Vice Principal and Zhuge Qiangbang seemed to have fused together. Therefore, at the last moment, not wanting to fail, Du Xiaofu forcibly condensed his spiritual stove rune cauldron, using his own to cover the long sword. Although the 4th black cloud condensed slowly. It was clearly even more ferocious than the previous 3 balls of lightning. He didn't fail. That little guy is still refining. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang was shocked, and his eyes were filled with indescribable joy. But at the same time he was extremely nervous. Looking at the sky, he clenched his fists tightly. All the elders in the surroundings were currently staring at the sky, their fists tightly clenched, their eyes trembling with graveness. This part of the world was completely dark. Above Du Xiaofu's head, 3 balls of black lightning flickered with silver snakes. Inside the spiritual stove rune cauldron, an aura surged and runes burst out. The mysterious runes of the golden winged rock and the sword were still resisting each other, unable to fuse. Puchi! As the energy of the surrounding world poured in, the spiritual stove rune cauldron swayed, on the verge of cracking once again, causing Du Xiaofu to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Even Vice Principal Zhuge was unable to suppress it. So how could Du Xiaofu be able to suppress it with his cultivation and strength? Kid, you have to resist it. Vice Principal Zhuge Qiangbang's dispirited body shivered. Looking at the sky, he had an expectant look, but he clearly understood that even he was unable to do anything. So how could Du Xiaofu accomplish it, unless a miracle happened? The spiritual stove rune cauldron swayed, and the sky darkened. Du Xiaofu's mouth was dripping with blood. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Clenching his teeth slightly, his hand seals changed once again. Suddenly, a large amount of light golden blood spurted out from his mouth, directly into the spiritual stove rune cauldron. The light golden blood seemed to have intelligence. A large amount of it instantly covered the long sword, and seemed to be directly swallowed by the long sword. The light golden blood fused with the sword, immediately connecting with the mysterious golden runes and the sword, just like a lubricant between gears and chains. In a split second, the mysterious runes of the golden winged rock and the runes of the long sword completely fused together. Auspicious multicolored light rose, and dazzling runes were released. Crackle! Following this instant, the surrounding space shook violently, and the 4th black cloud that covered the sky rapidly fluctuated. In the end, with a lightning-like speed, it directly condensed into a hemispherical ball of lightning. It wasn't as solid as the previous 3 balls of black light, but it gradually formed a ball of lightning. Its power is still intensifying. Looking at the 4th, rather illusory ball of lightning, all the elders' eyes were boiling with shock. Quite a few elders' faces even became flushed. They didn't expect its power to continue intensifying. It's still intensifying. That brat's blood should be extraordinary. After fusing with the beast energy, it even strengthened the weapon's body. Vice Principal Zhuge's eyes were filled with shock. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could sense that all of this was related to the large amount of blood that Du Xiaofu had just spat out. That blood was definitely not ordinary. At this moment, 3 hemispherical balls of black light appeared above Du Xiaofu's head. They were like 4 pearls, flickering with silver snakes as their might spread out. How astonishing was that! At the same time, everyone in Tianwu Academy felt uneasy. The 3 hemispherical balls of black light behind Du Xiaofu's back had silver snakes slithering about. An abnormally terrifying might of lightning suddenly surged out, spreading across the horizon. Not good. The lightning tribulation has begun. Can that brat withstand it? Although this doesn't seem to be a 4-star lightning tribulation, it's at least 3.5 stars. Not to mention a 5-star talisman master. Even a 6-star talisman master wouldn't be able to withstand it. Many gazes were trembling as the surrounding air trembled violently. Dark clouds churned around the edges of the balls of black light, and silver snakes of lightning fluctuated like 4 pearls. The first ball of black light trembled with a loud bang. Accompanied by a streak of lightning, it pierced through space as though it was a divine radiance that could pierce through the boundless blue dome of heaven. In the end, it crashed into Du Xiaofu's spiritual cauldron. Chapter 411. In that instant, the whole space seemed to freeze, falling into a strange silence. Everyone calmed down and stared intently at the sky. In the distant corners of the academy, many students raised their heads, their throats rumbling as they swallowed their saliva. An incomparably tense atmosphere shrouded the whole area. For all the students in the academy, it was not difficult to tell from afar that Du Xiaofu had attracted such a terrifying lightning tribulation when he was crafting a weapon. Just what level of weapon was this to attract such a lightning tribulation? At this moment, when the final lightning tribulation descended, would Du Xiaofu really be able to resist it? At this moment, even all the elders couldn't help but clench their fists, their heartbeats suddenly accelerating. Its brother. Just what is this guy doing? In a corner of the Weapon Institute, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Ouying Shuang were all there, as well as Han Chao, Bing Na, Tu Tong, and the others. Pung! The first ball of black lightning directly bombarded the spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu, producing a muffled sound like thunder. The spiritual stove symbol cauldron in front of Du Xiaofu was unable to resist at all, directly exploding, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Walala, silver snakes filled the sky, and broken runes blossomed, as a terrifying energy engulfed the sky. Failed, it's still a failure. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes dimmed. In the end, it was still a failure. With Du Xiaofu's strength, how could he resist such a lightning tribulation? Under everyone's gloomy gazes, the remaining black lightning balls and black clouds didn't disperse and even continued. Everyone's eyes trembled, and when the radiance of energy dissipated a little, they saw that in the sky, Du Xiaofu's eyes were suffused with a golden white color. The instant the spiritual stove symbol cauldron shattered, he didn't pay any attention to the surging blood in his body and reached out his hand to grab the long sword. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a dazzling radiance wrapped around the long sword. Using his body as the spiritual stove symbol cauldron, he wanted to continue resisting the lightning tribulation. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to resist the lightning tribulation with his physical body? Everyone trembled. Resisting the lightning tribulation with his physical body, just thinking about it was enough to make one's blood run cold. Somewhere on the ground, Qi Yishi's shrewd eyes were also fixed on the sky. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at each other nervously. Boom, boom. In a short moment, the space trembled, and the second and third dark lightning balls surged almost at the same time. The terrible power of thunder filled the sky and finally turned into two lightning rays that pierced through the space, and then fell on the long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand, which was wrapped in a dazzling light of mysterious talismans. The long sword trembled and thunder rumbled. Silver snakes wrapped around it and shuttled back and forth, causing the space to explode and overturn. That pressure spread out, causing the surrounding living beings to almost prostrate themselves on the ground. Chila, it was so great that only those with good eyesight could faintly see that under the impact of the two consecutive bolts of lightning, the lightning on the seal patterns on the long sword had finally covered Du Xiaofu's body and blasted Du Xiaofu's body down from the sky. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body smashed into the ground, causing the ground to tremble and large cracks to spread out. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's body smashed into the ground, the fourth lightning ball surged at the same time. The illusory dark lightning ball surged and turned into lightning. Its power was much more terrifying than the previous 3 bolts of lightning. Everything around the thunderbolt was annihilated in an instant. It caused the hair on one's body to stand on end just by looking at the thunderous might that permeated the air. Chi La! The lightning fell on Du Xiaofu's body. Wherever it passed, the space distorted, revealing traces of a vacuum. The power that spread down made the scalps of everyone in this area feel as if they were about to explode. Their minds and souls trembled violently, and an indescribable sense of danger shrouded their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning fell, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The entire ground was blasted into a deep valley, and a destructive aura whizzed out. Under such a terrifying destructive force, a dazzling silver snake soared into the sky, as if it could destroy everything. The force of the impact was incomparable. Under this final strike of lightning, most of the people in Tianwu Academy were unable to see anything. They could only pray in their hearts that Du Xiaofu would be fine. Everything disappeared. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and the oppressive aura also gradually dissipated. In Tianwu Academy, the students held their breaths as they stared at the sky nervously. In the Blacksmith Institute, all of the elders stared at the deep crater in the ground anxiously. Dust filled the air, and as the energy dissipated, a greenish-gold glow spread out from the cracks in the ground. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire area, following which a figure slowly walked out, enveloped in the greenish-gold glow. Even though the figure was enveloped in the greenish-gold glow, everyone could still see him clearly. He was Du Xiaofu, whom everyone was worried about. At this moment, the greenish-gold glow spread out and gradually retracted, revealing a 3-chi-long greenish-gold sword. Mysterious greenish-gold runes flickered on the surface of the greenish-gold sword, faintly accompanied by traces of lightning. Along with the appearance of this azure-gold long sword, which was wrapped in mysterious runes, the surrounding space also directly distorted. An overbearing and rare aura gradually took shape and spread out. The body of the sword trembled and buzzed, as if it wanted to break free from Du Xiaofu's hand. Buzz! In a short period of time, the mysterious runes on the sword surged and condensed into the silhouette of a golden-winged roc. Its domineering and terrifying aura overflowed into the sky. Whoosh! The golden-winged roc flapped its wings and instantly broke free from Du Xiaofu's grasp. The greenish-gold sword seemed to have transformed into a golden-winged roc as it soared into the sky in an attempt to escape. The sky was filled with dazzling, mysterious runes that resembled a blazing sun that instantly soared into the sky. At that moment, all of the elders could sense how terrifying and domineering the energy contained within that terrifying long sword was. At this moment, the spirit artifacts and symbol weapons in everyone's bodies trembled within the divine watchtower. They were filled with an invisible sense of fear. How can you escape? As the long sword escaped, Du Xiaofu let out a loud cry. His purple robe was torn to shreds by the explosion. Under the bombardment of thunder and lightning, his body was covered in flashing lightning. His originally pale golden skin was now wrapped in silver lightning. Seeing that the long sword had transformed into the shadow of the golden-winged roc, he immediately soared into the sky. Chi-la! Du Xiaofu leaped into the air and instantly landed on the shadow of the golden-winged roc. He formed a handprint and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the shadow of the golden-winged roc. Chi-la! Immediately the golden-winged roc dissipated and the long sword appeared. Du Xiaofu held it tightly in his hand. An invisible, dazzling greenish-gold halo extended into the sky and connected with Du Xiaofu. Buzz! Wind and thunder resounded on the greenish-gold long sword as a terrifying pressure suddenly bloomed. It was like a king, domineering and intimidating as it suppressed the sky. It's Du Xiaofu. He withstood the terrifying lightning calamity. What kind of weapon is that? It's like the king of weapons. Du Xiaofu has successfully refined a terrifying weapon. Gazing at Du Xiaofu's figure that appeared in the sky and wasn't struck down by the lightning calamity, the quiet Tianwu Academy suddenly burst into an uproar after a short moment of silence and astonishment. Countless people were so excited that their faces turned red. Cheers and exclamations filled the sky. In the entire academy, gazes were blazing as they looked at the purple-robed figure in the sky. That purple-robed youth still carried the symbolic, mysterious broadsword on his back. With the greenish-gold sword in his hand, a halo enveloped the sky. It was as though a god had descended. That purple-robed youth defeated Qi Yeshi half a year ago and became the champion of the Tianwu assembly. Half a year later, he came out of seclusion and attracted a lightning calamity of 3.5 stars to refine a terrifying weapon. That purple-robed youth's martial Dao and talisman Dao were both terrifying. How powerful was he? The gazes of all the students trembled. Their passion for that purple-robed youth had reached the point of fanaticism. That purple-robed youth was simply too terrifying. Success! He really succeeded. A lightning calamity of 3.5 stars, but it didn't reach 4 stars. A lightning calamity of 3 stars is a high-grade Dao artifact. If that's the case, it's at least a peak high-grade Dao artifact. It's the closest existence to the Dao of artifacts. All the elders were astonished, and their gazes trembled. No one had expected that a Dao artifact that was on the verge of failure would be successfully refined by a purple-robed youth who looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Everyone knew that the purple-robed youth wasn't an ordinary person. It wouldn't be long before that purple-robed youth soared into the sky. His name would spread far and wide. That fellow is simply a miracle. Somewhere in the distance, Qi Yeshi looked at the sky with a calm expression. However, there was a flicker of astonishment in the depths of her eyes. Such a treasure. Leave it to me. Suddenly, a soft shout came from the sky. When the last word fell, a strong and slender figure seemed to have pierced through space and instantly appeared in the air in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! With the appearance of this strong and slender figure, the space almost froze. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Under such pressure, the expressions of the elders below changed drastically. This person's cultivation was that of a martial king. He was definitely not an ordinary martial king. Today's update is up. Xiao Yu owed everyone a chapter yesterday and will make it up tomorrow. I'm afraid that if I finish it too late tonight, it will affect tomorrow's update. Please forgive me. Chapter 412. Swish! As the muscular and slender figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, he waved his hand and sent a claw towards the azure gold longsword in Du Xiaofu's hand. He wanted to snatch the azure gold longsword from Du Xiaofu's hand. Swish! However, just as the claw was about to grab the azure gold longsword in Du Xiaofu's hand, the space around Du Xiaofu seemed to have been torn apart, following which a lithe and beautiful figure appeared in an instant as a terrifying pressure descended. This pressure was clearly much stronger than the pressure from the muscular and slender figure. At this moment, the muscular and slender figure seemed to have sensed something, and a look of astonishment quickly appeared on his face. The claw that was grabbing towards Du Xiaofu's azure gold longsword also involuntarily froze. As the lithe and beautiful figure appeared, an ethereal and domineering voice instantly resounded in this world. "You dare to snatch my brother? You're courting death." The ethereal and domineering voice rang out and swept across the sky above Tianwu Academy like a sudden clap of thunder. The voice seemed to contain a terrifying pressure that caused the meridians and souls in everyone's body to tremble and their profound energy to be blocked. Within the mountains, tens of thousands of beasts could not help but prostrate on the ground. When the lithe and beautiful figure appeared, she seemed to be able to affect time. She stretched out her fair and slender hand and clenched it into a fist. Mysterious green talisman runes erupted from her fist, solidifying and suppressing the entire sky. A noble aura spread throughout the world as her fist directly smashed against the claw of the muscular and slender figure. What a powerful beast race expert! The muscular and slender figure was astonished. The lithe and beautiful girl who suddenly appeared clearly had the aura of a beast race expert. Under such a terrifying aura, the pressure caused the profound energy in his body to stagnate and his meridians and souls to not dare to move. What kind of beast race expert was this to be so terrifying and powerful? The fist of the lithe and beautiful figure directly collided with the claw of the muscular and beautiful figure. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Bang! The fist and claw collided, causing the air to tremble. The space rippled like a huge wave, and the runes were dazzling to the eye. Swish! Following which, a terrifying green light burst out amidst the dazzling runes and poured down on the muscular and slender figure's claw. It was unstoppable. Pucci! The terrifying force poured down, and the muscular and slender figure's eyes were filled with horror. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth as he was unable to Qin Chong's attack. He couldn't resist the force, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball before him. His body was smashed into the rubble in the valley. Boom! The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Broken rocks shot up into the sky. The tall and muscular figure was blasted into the pile of broken rocks and disappeared. The graceful figure stood in the air. Her green dress was decorated with silver threads, and the hem of her dress fluttered in the wind. Her ethereal eyes twinkled like stars, and her eyelashes fluttered softly like a budding lotus flower. Her temperament was elegant, pure and innocent, and exuded unparalleled nobility. When this sight appeared, everyone in Tianwu Academy stared blankly at the sky. Regardless of whether they were elders, instructors, students, or write-in students, everyone in Tianwu Academy stared at one another and gasped in shock. That's Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaofu's younger sister. Other than deep shock, everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost. Who else could the green figure who suddenly made a move be other than the frail and innocent younger sister of Du Xiaofu, Du Shaoqing? To be able to knock down a martial king expert with a single punch, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. To think that such strength would come from the younger sister of Du Xiaofu, Du Shaoqing, who usually followed behind him. This sight was simply too shocking. Gugu, not far away, Han Chao, Bing Na, Tu Tong, and Zhang Lu, who were usually close to Du Shaoqing, were all staring at the green figure in the sky and swallowing their saliva. Chi! Within the rubble on the ground, the slender and well-built figure rushed out from the rubble and soared into the sky in an incomparably miserable manner. He did not dare to stay any longer. In an instant he appeared in the distant sky and hurriedly fled. However, just as that person appeared in the sky, a deep and cold laughter resounded in the sky. I intentionally let you enter so easily. Do you think that I can let you leave so easily? I'll use you as a warning to others. The moment those words were spoken, a blade ray appeared in the sky. The clouds surged as energy rippled through the air and runes filled the sky. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, the blade ray slashed down on that slender and muscular figure. It was as fast as lightning, and it was impossible for the slender and muscular figure to resist. Swoosh, swoosh. The blade ray sliced through the air, and the slender and muscular figure's head was separated from his body like a withered weed under the horrified gazes of the crowd. With a single slash, the slender and muscular figure's body was split into two, and his head was separated from his body. Under the corrosion of the mysterious runes on the blade ray, the slender and muscular figure's body exploded in the sky. A bloody mist filled the sky, and an extraordinary martial king expert fell in Tianwu Academy. Looking at the scene in the sky, all the students of Tianwu Academy sucked in a breath of cold air and trembled in fear. Our Tianwu Academy has a hidden expert as well. The general, Gui Hua, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, and the rest sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at each other in shock. The martial king expert, who came to snatch the treasure, was definitely not a simple martial king. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to barge into Tianwu Academy. However, that extraordinary martial king had been killed with a single strike. Just how terrifyingly strong was the hidden expert in the Celestial Martial Academy? If he was only slightly stronger, it would be impossible for him to kill the slender and muscular figure in a single move. Due to the previous incident, the entire sky fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky. Tianwu Academy has forged a powerful weapon. If you have the capability come and snatch it from us. If you don't, kill all of you. I would like to see who dares to snatch it from us." Following the death of the martial king expert, Ling Ju's roar reverberated throughout Tianwu Academy. His voice was filled with incomparable killing intent and Ling Ju's killing intent. In the dark forest outside Tianwu Academy, several figures floated in the air. They looked in the direction of Tianwu Academy with twitching eyes. Eventually, their faces twitched and they turned around to leave reluctantly. However, they didn't stay for long. Pucci. To Du Xiaofu, the scene that had just happened was like a dream. For some reason, Du Xiaofu's vision had already become blurry. However, his hand was still tightly gripping the azure gold longsword. In the end, he controlled the azure gold longsword with his mind, directly turning it into a talisman that was stored in his divine gate. After that, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz, buzz. Almost at the same time, on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body, there were only a few arcs of lightning shuttling back and forth. All of a sudden, countless arcs of lightning burst out from his body. In a short instant, Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in lightning, like a silver snake shuttling back and forth like a lightning ball. Pung, 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 pung. All of a sudden, countless lightning bolts exploded on Du Xiaofu's body. Bloody holes appeared one after another, and a terrifying aura was released. In the end, his body fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings. Brother, Du Xiaoqing's face turned pale. Suddenly, a green light wrapped around Du Xiaofu's body and supported him. Let us see. In midair, 3 old figures appeared. They were the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder. In a quiet courtyard, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on a bed. His eyes were closed, and his face was as pale as ash. Behind him, the Great Elder was also sitting cross-legged. His hand seals changed one after another, and waves of runic energy landed on Du Xiaofu's body. Buzz, buzz. The surface of Du Xiaofu's body was still occasionally flashing with lightning. There were quite a number of bloody holes on his body. At this moment, his blood had already dried up. The skin that had been blasted apart by the bloody holes was gradually showing signs of recovery. Buzz, buzz. As the Grand Elder's hand seals landed on Du Xiaofu's body seemed to possess some sort of rebounding force. It directly collided with the Grand Elder's hand seals and repelled him. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, a mysterious light began to bloom from young Master Du's bloody body. The mysterious light seemed a little turbid and dim, but it was tightly connected to his meridians and blood vessels. In the end, it directly intertwined and condensed together. A terrifying power spread out and turned into a looming light net. It directly covered Du Xiaofu's body and devoured the lightning bolts on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. The lightning radiance was like a delicacy to the mysterious light net. It greedily devoured the lightning radiance. Then, the mysterious light net slowly dissipated along with an ancient aura that spread out. Incredible, really incredible. The First Elder jumped off the bed and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was still sitting cross-legged and had yet to awaken. His eyes widened in shock. Chapter 413. First Elder, how is Du Xiaofu? Elder Liao immediately asked the First Elder. At this moment, other than Elder Liao, Murong Shi, Sun Biue, and the other elders were also in the room. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoqing, and Du Xiaoyao were also present. The First Elder looked at Du Xiaofu in shock and said, "The martial vein spiritual seal." He has the martial vein spiritual seal protecting him. Even a peak martial king realm expert would find it difficult to withstand the power of 3.5 stars of thunder calamity. However, Du Xiaofu was able to withstand it. It should be related to the martial vein spiritual seal in his body. His martial vein spiritual seal seems to have a special effect on the power of thunder and lightning, being able to devour the power of thunder and lightning. However, I don't know what will happen to him. The martial vein, spiritual seal. When Murong Shi, Elder Liao, Elder Sun Biue, and the others heard this, their eyes trembled. The martial vein, spiritual seal was something that only existed in legends. Only the people of the legendary great clans would have the martial vein, spiritual seal. How could Du Xiaofu have such a terrifying thing on him? Let him rest. When he wakes up, we will ask him about the situation. The first elder said to the crowd, this time he has successfully refined a peak high-ranked Dao artifact. It won't take long for him to shock everyone. The academy must be prepared to prevent others from coveting it. Yes, Murong Shi, Elder Liao, and the others nodded and followed the first elder out of the room. In the end, only Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Ouyang Shuang were left in the room. Qi, a small pagoda floated out from Du Xiaofu's chest. Then, Zhen Qingquan's illusory figure appeared before the eyes of the three people. He carefully examined Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed and his breathing weak. Brother Qingquan, how is he? Ouyang Shuang asked Jin Qingquan. The three people present were not surprised by Zhen Qingquan. Zhen Qingquan looked at him carefully and replied to everyone he should be fine. His physical body is strong, and most of the power of the thunder tribulation seems to have been absorbed by something. He is just extremely weak. Coupled with the impact of the thunder tribulation, he fell into a coma. However, he seems to be adjusting his breathing and recovering on his own. He should be fine. Phew! Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaoqing were relieved to hear that. As time passed, the students of Tianwu Academy were still in a state of shock. In the outside world, news of the lightning calamity descending upon Tianwu Academy and someone successfully forging a treasure spread like wildfire. In just a few days, the news had already shocked the surrounding empires. It's actually Du Xiaofu's 3 stars and a half stars thunder tribulation. It's possible that what he refined was a peak high-grade Dao artifact. This is truly incredible. It's that Du Xiaofu again. Where did this kid come from? How astonishing. The various powers in the surrounding empires received the news, and in an instant, Du Xiaofu's name shocked the surrounding empires once more, attracting the attention of many powers. In a vast and majestic palace, an emperor's aura could be vaguely felt from it. In a hall, a brawny man dressed in a dragon robe could be seen. Even though there were no ripples of aura coming from his body, no one dared to look at him directly. His disposition was imposing, and he muttered, "To think that it would be Du Xiaofu again." In the majestic hall, dragons and phoenixes were engraved on it. There were several elders and brawny men seated in the hall. It's at least a peak high-grade Dao artifact. To think that Du Xiaofu would have such attainments in smithing. Just his mastery as a talisman master is sufficient to shock the world. He's an outstanding talent, and his talisman Dao is astonishing. I didn't expect that an extraordinary person would appear in the clan of Shicheng. He's even stronger than his father, Du Tingxian. This kid is no ordinary person. He will definitely soar into the sky. This time, he even refined a peak high-grade Dao artifact. If my Du family doesn't do anything, I'm afraid that other forces will beat us to it. At that time, it will be a huge blow to my Du family. No matter what, we absolutely cannot allow that brat to enter our Du clan. Back then, Du Tingxian stirred up a monstrous calamity, causing our Du clan to nearly be annihilated. Don't tell me that all of you don't remember what happened. That's right. A few elders of my Du family are still recuperating from their injuries. Du Xiaofu has a grudge with those powerful forces. If he gets involved with our Du family, I'm afraid that we'll suffer another calamity. In the hall, many experts were in a heated discussion. A brawny man with distinct facial features was quietly listening by the side. Suddenly, he looked at the crowd in the hall and said, "Everyone, even if we allow Du Xiaofu to return to the Du family, will he be willing to do so? Ever since he came to Tianwu Academy, he hasn't contacted Yin Xan or Du Qi. I'm afraid that he has no intention of returning to the Du family." Perhaps that kid already knows about what happened back then and is still holding a grudge against our Du family. As the brawny man's words fell, the clamor in the hall instantly died down. Many gazes flickered. Our Du family had no choice back then. That kid shouldn't blame our Du family, right? An elder sighed with a helpless look in his eyes. What right does that kid have to blame our Du family? We're the main family, while he's just a kid from a branch family. Do you think that he can rebel? A brawny man said coldly with disdain in his eyes. The burly man with well-defined facial features looked at the crowd. His gaze trembled slightly and was filled with worry. He continued, I'm afraid that at this time someone will make a big fuss about what happened back then and make that kid hate our Du family. He will become a dangerous bomb that will explode at any time. Humph. That brat is a member of the Du family's branch family. If he really dares to use his decent talent to commit treason and harm the main family, then just kill him directly. A majestic old man snorted. His eyes were shining with a cold light. The moon rose into the sky above the bamboo forest, causing the bamboo forest to seem to be shrouded in smoke. It was as though a dream had descended. Sitting on a bamboo rattan chair under the moonlight was an old man with a skinny and dark face. His bright eyes flashed, revealing a look of shock. He muttered softly, This kid is really more shocking than the last time. Grandfather, do we need to do anything now? A lady dressed in a light blue dress with a thin veil draped over her body stood beside the elder. Her waist was slender and her skin was supple. She exuded a seductive aura that seemed to have no bones. There's no need to do anything. The Du family and the royal palace must be very lively right now. Let's just watch the show. There's no need for us to interfere. The elder smiled as he continued lying on the bamboo chair. Looking at the lady, he smiled and said, Lass, why don't you make a trip to Tianmu Academy and bring that kid back to our Xie family? Becoming the son-in-law of the Xie family isn't a bad idea. Even though he's a little young, it won't be a problem if you're older. You'll be able to help him in the future. Grandfather, you're doing it again. If you continue like this, I really won't come to see you anymore. The lady stared at the elder with her beautiful eyes. Her bashful expression gave her a unique charm. All right, I won't talk about it anymore, all right? The old man smiled. The moonlight shone through the gaps in the bamboo forest and shone on his dark face, casting mottled shadows. After pausing for a moment, the wrinkles on his face fluctuated as he softly said, I'm just saying, I really think that kid is not bad. However, with that kid's current reputation, I'm afraid that there will be many little girls around him. If that kid is young and naive and falls for that little girl's trick, that would be a pity. Grandfather, are you complaining that I'm not married yet? The lady's beautiful eyes were filled with cleverness. The night breeze in the bamboo forest caressed her, causing a few strands of her hair to fall to her waist. It felt as though they were being carried away by the wind. That's not what I meant. It's just that there isn't a single young man in the empire who is worthy of my granddaughter. The elder stood up. Wearing a plain robe, he looked as though a bamboo pole was carrying a cloth bag. His skinny chest was pressed against his robe, and he stretched his back lazily, causing others to worry that his waist would break if he wasn't careful. He said softly, The Du clan intends to form a marriage alliance with our Xie clan, and the old man of the Du clan has mentioned it to me several times. The young fellow whom the Du clan has been concealing is indeed extraordinary. However, I don't wish to let my granddaughter suffer in such a marriage alliance. Thus, no matter how I look at it, I still feel that that kid isn't bad, other than the fact that he's a little too young. The lady supported the elder with a smile. She didn't say anything else, but her eyes were filled with an alluring radiance. 10 days later, early in the morning, Tianmu Academy was bathed in the glow of the morning sun, painting the mountains in a faint golden hue. In a solitary courtyard in the Blacksmith Institute, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with a broadsword slung behind his back. The faint golden halo enveloping his body was slowly receding, and his ashen complexion had unknowingly regained its redness. The energy of the golden halo was like a golden spirit snake as it mysteriously drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. After the last wisp of golden energy drilled into Du Xiaofu's body, Du Xiaofu's eyelashes trembled slightly as his tightly shut eyes opened. Chi, chi, two streaks of golden light shot out from his eyes, and a domineering aura gushed out from his skinny yet sturdy body, causing the entire room to tremble. It's good that you're fine. You really went overboard this time. A wretched face appeared before Du Xiaofu's eyes. He looked to be around 16 to 17 years old, and his body was illusory. He had triangular eyes, a fierce-looking face, and inverted eyebrows. It was hard for anyone to identify with him. Who? Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his mouth. On his resolute face, the radiance in his eyes retracted and turned back into a clear and bright one. Looking at the wretched face in front of him, he smiled and said, "Brother Qing Chun, how long have I been unconscious and doing breathing exercises for?" "Around 10 days, Zhen Qingchun replied. That face was hard to identify with. If it wasn't Zhen Qingchun, there was no one else. Chapter 414. Has it been so long? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He did not expect it to be so long. Then he asked Zhen Qingchun, "How is the situation outside?" "I didn't go out, so I don't know. But your elder sister, Du Xiaoman, has returned from Stone City," Zhen Qingchun said to Du Xiaofu. Outside the courtyard, surrounded by mountains and water, was a lush green. In the pavilion, a woman with a hot body leaned against a wooden pillar, outlining a graceful and moving arc. Her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, loosely tied up. She had a pair of slender long legs, which seemed to be silently enchanting. Her chest was like white jade half covered. She raised her eyes and looked into the depths of the mountain stream. Her figure was graceful, her eyes were ethereal, and her lips were like cherry petals. She whispered, "Fortunately, third brother is fine. If father and second uncle know that you have refined a high-grade peak Tao item, they will definitely be wild with joy. Elder sister, bring me to Stone City next time. I want to go too." Du Xiaoqing was interested. Her temperament was pure and innocent, elegant and pure. "Okay, let's go back together next time." Du Xiaoman smiled slightly, elegant and refined. Her dark eyes were as clear as a stream. "Are you not going to bring me?" Oh Yang Shuang stared at Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoman, her large eyes rippling. "How about I bring you?" A faint, familiar voice sounded. Then a purple-robed figure carrying a broad sword on his back walked over. "Brother." Du Xiaoqing looked up and immediately pounced over happily, immediately holding Du Xiaofu's arm intimately. The person who came was indeed Du Xiaofu. After freshening up in his room and changing into a clean set of robes, he came to find the 3 girls. "Is everything all right?" Oh Yang Shuang also came to Du Xiaofu's side. Her graceful figure was moving. Her large eyes were always cold to others, but at this moment, facing Du Xiaofu, they were full of worry. "It's fine, don't worry." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang, somewhat puzzled. "Why do I feel that you are becoming more and more like a woman?" "I'm just asking who has time to care about you." Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu, then directly walked away. Did I offend this tomboy again? Du Xiaofu's face was puzzled. He scratched his head, extremely puzzled. "It's good that you're fine. Brat, you just came out of the heavenly martial talisman realm, and you've already caused such a big commotion. Fortunately, you're fine." Du Xiaoman stood up and walked forward with small steps. There was a charming smile on her face, which was extremely moving. "Big sister, have you returned from Stone City? How is your family?" Du Xiaofu had already heard from Zhen Qingchun that his big sister, Du Xiaoman, had returned from Stone City. It wasn't strange for him to see her now, but he was still worried about his family. After all, Stone City was the place where he grew up. Everything is fine at home. When the elders found out about your results in Tianwu Academy, they were especially happy. When the residents of Stone City heard that you, the Vice City Lord, shone brilliantly in Tianwu Academy, the entire city cheered for you. Du Xiaoman pursed her lips and smiled. Du Xiaofu chuckled. He had almost forgotten that he was still the Vice City Lord of Stone City. Although it was just a title and he didn't have to do anything, he really missed the Du family and Stone City. Back then, he had walked out of Stone City, the place where he had grown up. I didn't expect you to be the Vice City Lord. Truly unexpected. Ouyang Shuang teased from the side. There was clearly some disdain in her large eyes. It's just a small city. It can't be compared to Lanling City. Du Xiaofu said helplessly. Back then, the Stone City Lord, Yi Baolin, was unwilling to refuse. Since he didn't have to do anything, it didn't matter if he was just a title. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to agree to be the Vice City Lord. Xiaofu, I have something to tell you. It's about the Du household. Du Xiaoman said. Big sister, just say it here. There are no outsiders here. Du Xiaofu nodded. Du Xiaoqing and Ouyang Shuang were definitely not outsiders. And Du Xiaoman nodded, then said to Du Xiaofu, this time when I went back, I specifically asked eldest uncle and second uncle about the situation of the Du household. The Du household is indeed related to our Shi City's Du family, and they are also related to the main family. From big sister Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaofu learned that many years ago there were two amazing characters in the Du family. At that time, there was a turmoil in the Stone City. One of them proposed to leave Stone City and develop outside. The other one followed the teachings of the ancestors and stayed in the ancestral land. In the end, the majority of the Du family wanted to go out and explore the world. They left Stone City and established themselves. Along with the Cheng family of the Stone Dragon Empire, they conquered the current Stone Dragon Empire and were conferred the title of King Protector. They became the #1 imperial household in the Stone Dragon Empire. Over the years, it was said that the Stone Dragon Empire had experienced many turmoil and changed many emperors, but the Du household was still the #1 imperial household. The title of King Protector was hereditary. It could be said that the Du family was on the same level as the Cheng family in the Stone Dragon Empire. Because of the relationship between the Du family and the Stone City had received some special protection from the Du family since some time ago. However, it had been a long time, so no outsiders knew about this. Even the Du family and the Cheng family didn't know. Stone City was a small border city, so it didn't attract too much attention. These years, the status quo had been maintained until now. As for the Du family that stayed behind in Shi City, as time passed, they did not have many cultivation resources, and their talent was not as good as the previous generation. Their population was also relatively small, so they had always maintained their original state, and their strength could not be compared to the Du household. But Shi City's Du family had records that after the Du household left Shi City, every 3 years, the juniors from both sides would have a sparring session. Later on, for some unknown reason, the younger generation of the Du family became weaker with each generation. Thus, it evolved into a competition held every 3 years within the Du family. If the talent of the younger generation passed, they would be able to enter the Du household for training. In the end, no one from the Stone City's Du family came out. The Du royal residents even broke off all contact with the Stone City's Du family. About 20 years ago, Du Tingxian came out of the Stone City and displayed his astonishing talent in Tianwu Academy. He even became the champion of the Tianwu Assembly 20 years ago. Only then did he attract the attention of the Du royal residents. They once again contacted the Du family and Du Tingxian. It is said that later on, the relationship between second uncle and the Du household became very close. The Du household also sent people to the Du family to select talented juniors to enter the Du household. As for what happened after that, my father and second uncle are not clear. Stone City is far away and there isn't much information circulating. However, my father and second uncle said that when you and second uncle returned to Stone City, his body was covered in blood. However, second uncle never mentioned a word about this. My father and second uncle sent people to the Du household to inquire, but were chased away by the Du household. After that, the Du household never contacted our Stone City's Du family again. Du Xiaoman finally said to Du Xiaofu. This time when she returned to Stone City, she specially went to find out more about the Du household. This was all she knew. Could it be that the Du household is related to that matter? Listening to Du Xiaoman's words and calculating the time back then, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but suspect that the Du household might be related to those people who separated his family back then. Otherwise, with the Du household's strength and the close relationship between his drunkard father and the Du household, ordinary forces wouldn't dare to easily offend the Du household. At this time I also heard some things. Yang Shuang heard this and looked at Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoman. She hesitated for a while, then said, Actually, I accidentally heard my father and mother say that the Du household was too unkind and felt that it was unfair for Uncle Tingxian. At that time, I was curious as to how the Du household and Uncle Tingxian could be related. Only now do I know that you are from the same family. You only know this? Du Xiaofu asked, frowning slightly. From Yang Shuang's words, something must have happened between the Du household and the drunkard father. It could even be said that the Du household owed the drunkard father something. I don't know much. If there is a need, you should go to Lanling City and ask my parents. Yang Shuang said. Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. It seemed that if it was necessary, he would have to go to Lanling City and ask about the situation. Then, from Du Xiaoman's mouth, Du Xiaofu once again learned about the recent situation of the Du family and Stone City. Big sister Du Xiaoman also went to Lanling City and met with second brother Du Yunlong. She learned that the world society was developing very well in Lanling City and had already become a top force in Lanling City. Where is Du Xiaorao? After chatting with his big sister, Yang Shuang, and Du Xiaoqing for a long time, Du Xiaofu realized that Du Xiaoyao was actually not around. She seems to have gone to get some spiritual herbs. Every time, second brother would find a lot of spiritual herbs to eat. However, he told me not to tell anyone. Du Xiaoqing looked at Du Xiaofu with innocent eyes while Du Xiaoman and Yang Shuang smiled. Every time Du Xiaoyao went out, she would be able to eat a lot of spiritual herbs. In her heart, her big brother and big sister Du Xiaoman were not outsiders, and she could tell them. Get some spiritual herbs? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. The place where Du Xiaoyao went to get spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu didn't even need to think to know that other than the herb field in Tianwu Academy, there was no other place. Du Xiaofu, save me! Save me! Just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled, and a golden ray of light shot out. The golden runes on the talisman flickered and turned into the figure of a golden monkey. In the end, it landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. It was Du Xiaoyao. However, at this moment, Du Xiaoyao's body was covered in dust. The fluctuation of her golden spirit eyes made her look pitiful. Those who did not know would really be deceived. They simply did not know how ferocious this fellow was behind this pitiful appearance.